I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Ah, there's those smiley faces and hearts. I love you too. Well, I'm not gonna have any internet later. Had to download a bunch of videos on here. We do got a blackout coming about 6 o'clock this morning. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that happens out here. Little smiley faces, hearts. My God, somebody likes me being on here. It must be Popeye. No, it must be Dawn. It must be Dawn. More so, I'd say it was Dawn. Love you too, Dawn. Love you a long time. The chair. The chair has come a long way through the years. You know, the famous chair. Okay. Listen to those roosters going off here. They all got a built-in timer. It's still dark out, but they know it's morning instinctively, you know? Isn't that amazing? There's my famous 13. I love this. I got 13 diehards on here. I went up a little bit, maybe some looky-loos, but I always got these 13 diehards that come on here. Oh, so much news I've been watching. It's always the same title, you know. Breaking news. Breaking news. And they just pretty much repeat everything they saying all along for a couple of days before that. Breaking news. Well, that's clickbait to get you to come. You're all familiar with clickbait, right? Of course you are. Sean Parker. What's up? It's morning in the Philippines. Another day alive. Oh, went from 13 down to 6. Oh, there could have been some looky-loos. Okay, maybe not my regular 13. Maybe not. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. I gotta keep my tea company here. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Scooby-Doo-Doo, Rubbity-Rubbity-Rubbity-Doo. How am I so energetic so early in the morning? Well, I guess I just am. Haven't even had the caffeine yet, really. This stuff is just cooling off. But as you know, it's just not any cup of tea. Come on now. You know better than that. It's not just a tea bag in here. Lots of goodies. Lots of goodies with a purpose. Oh, my. Let's see. Blackout's going to be from 6 to 2. Then it goes on at 2. It's electric. Then at 5 to 5:30, there's going to be a half hour. I don't know, for good luck. I don't know why. Pennywise. Boy, you've been in hibernation. Where you been, Pennywise? They all float, Pennywise. They all float. Yes, I do. I just said that. 6 o'clock. Supposed to be 5, but it's 6. Yeah, I figured I'd get my live in now. don't think I have a load on here. What I did was I downloaded a bunch of movies. There's not going to be any internet. Well, my girlfriend's daughter, who works on her computer when she's here, she actually pretty much took over my SpaceX system, you know. It's hers now. She'd get internet, but, you know, her work is important. So she has to use that, you know. If I'm on, you know, PLDT, well, that's going to be off too. So, yeah, I figured get my morning show in here. There's my 13. There's my 13. Oh, come on now. My latest target. Come on. You know what that sounds like? Like I'm an antagonist. Me? Never. Come on. I don't have targets. Not really. Not really. You may look at it that way, but no. Yeah, I got Starlink and I got a generator. But she's using the Starlink. We're using the PLDT. We pretty much gave her the, we didn't find it really necessary to have that. And the price they're charging for it. So, you know, it's all hers. That's worth about 30,000 pesos. Buy the system, I think, 30,000 pesos. She needs it for her work on a computer. Yeah, I got Starlink. And of course, I got a generator. Well, you know, having a generator doesn't mean you can get it to start, you know. Old Bessie is a little bit aged, you know. I was playing with it yesterday just to get the gas going through it, but I couldn't get it started. I was going to sit there and pull that fucking cord for a fucking half hour and get a heart attack. I'll have her son pull on this thing this morning. And hopefully the cord don't break on top of that like in the past. It's always one thing or another, isn't it? Yeah, well, it's going to happen at 6 o'clock. The kid's not even up, really. But I just have to go there and pump away at it if he's around. He has to go to school. Let me see. The younger one goes to school early. That means you have to get the slightly older one to get his ass out of bed and get out there and start pulling on the damn thing. We could, well, get her password on this. We've turned it over to her. I don't know. I'll talk to Guild about that. I don't know. Sorry. Well, I don't need the internet that bad that I can't put up with, you know. I got movies basically downloaded, plenty of them on my phone, if I really want something to watch on the internet, whatever. It's her gig. She's paying for it. You know, it's her thing now. SpaceLink, you know, Starlink, it's her deal. Yeah, we still got the system here, but they went and raised it 1,000 pesos. I said, fuck that. The price was high enough alone. We had to buy the equipment in cash, you know. It's our equipment, but, you know, we're generous. It's for her to take anytime she wants. If she settles in somewhere. She has a condo. I think it's a pre-sale or something her and her boyfriend has. No, it wasn't worth it. And the way it works is that, you know, satellite's cool, but you get a good thick cloud cover and you're not getting no signal with that. I do fine with the PLDT. I do fine. Except, you know, the same thing. I do have a dead spot. I don't know why. Even with the PLDT. Well, I don't have any little routers outside. You know, you can buy those kind of like little antennas and everything, you know. All the shit I order and stuff, and I never ordered that, but it's not like a big deal. If I'm in the back of the house, there's no signal, but I think I could live with that. I don't think that's a big problem. Oh, shit. When did I wake up? Was it 2 in the morning I got up or something for some reason? I went back to sleep. I figured let me have my cup of tea now in case I get the generator going at 6. No, I mean, the generator works good. You just got to get it started, you know. I got plenty of gas for the day. I'm prepared this time. Except, you know, I hate these pull start deals. You know, I like to have an electric start. So much easier. I mean, I'm in pretty good shape, but believe me, I don't want to be taking that chance of pulling on that thing 200 times until it starts, playing with the throttle, playing with, it's, it's a working generator, but, it's got its little quirks. Hell no, wish I had a Honda generator. It's a piece of shit, forgot the name of it. I bought it off a guy that was moving, how many years ago? Along with a few other things. Weed eater, my recliner chair. Yeah, I bought a few things off the guy. German guy, whatever he was moving. It's 3,500. 10,000, I wish. I don't need that much. This generator can fire up everything in the house. I would not run 2 air conditioners. No, too much drain. I could run an air conditioner, chest freezer, regular refrigerator, use my microwave. The only thing that makes the generator kind of peter out, we have a water pump, for extra pressure for the shower and stuff like that, and for the water pressure, because it's not the greatest water pressure here. When that's on, it just has too much, something to do with the voltage. So if I went and turned that pump on, you'd hear the generator going, yeah. I don't know what I need a voltage regulator. I don't know what it is. It's the voltage from my super pump. But no, it's only 3,500 watts. That's all I need. An ideal one would be about, say, 5,000 to 6,000 watts. Idealistically. But I don't need any more than that. I could run the whole house on this generator. Lights, refrigerators, chest freezer, pretty much everything. That's all you need. My neighbor went and got himself a generator too. We used to help him out he'd run an extension cord to us and, plug it in outside and, Nah, you don't need that much. A regular household. Now, 3,500 watts is all you really need. But my ideal generator would be an electric start. You're going to pay a lot for that. Honda, yes, of course. Honda is very dependable, and it's quieter than most models. Have you tried changing the... Yeah, we replaced the spark plug. We did. They just get old after a while, or foul sometimes, just a spark plug wire as well. No, we did. We were smart enough to do that. Yeah. We even got a new carburetor on there. I had it on there for some time now. It's different than the standard carburetor I was on. It's completely different, but I had to make it fit in right too. Because what I had before, you have a throttle. Okay, you always have a throttle on there. We also have a switch that turns the gas flow on and off. The throttle is just in control of how much is going through and the power. But see, this particular carburetor has its own little sliding plastic switch on there for gas flow. It gets confusing, you know. So I always tell them, okay, do I keep this one off or to keep this one on? No, just leave it like that. Don't touch this one here. There's one little switch on there where it's simply on and off, which means the gas flow is totally off. Oh, just leave it on all the time. Leave it on all the time. Nah, it's just, you know, it's a basic generator. It's nothing special to write mom home about, you know. It's nothing like that. You know, we even have a water heater under the sink, but we don't use that. I don't know what we spent on that. We don't use that. Because that, see, my pump, I call it the super pump, that draws a lot of power, and there's a switching problem on that. And basically, if you put the switch on to turn the damn thing on, what happens is you only use it when you need it. In other words, you need to have a good flow in your shower water heater. It's all about the flow. You could burn out the elements in there. If you're not getting a certain flow of water that goes through your water heater, then you could burn out the elements. So having the bigger pump, you know, was critical. So when we use the shower, that's generally, you know, when we turn the water on for the washer, you know, we want it on regular without the pump because it's so slow, the water coming out. It's not the best pressure in the world. So we'll turn call it my super pump, for we need to fill the basin in the washer, and also when we're going to take a shower. And if we take a shower, we just shut it off. It's either that or buy another pump, but there's no reason to buy another pump because, I mean, it does work. There's just something to do with the switching in there or something. Yeah. I'm no mechanic here, you know. That's for damn sure. Nothing like that cup of tea in the morning. And yes, I did buy a new bag of oatmeal. What were they saying on one channel? Frank eats all these processed foods and oatmeal. Well, what the fuck is wrong with oatmeal? This is whole grain, rolled oats. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It makes you a regular guy. Doesn't make me Scotty, but keeps the boy regular. Has some protein, has lots of fiber, helps cholesterol levels. Can't beat that with a stick, really. You could try a little cinnamon in there that helps with the blood sugar level and flavors it. I put a little pat of butter in there, which is healthy. And a little tinge. And here's a little clue, too. I give out all this free information I don't get paid for, you know. Try to help my community. Who says I don't contribute to the Philippines? My goodness, what a statement that is. If you're going to drink any water, put a tiny bit of salt in it. Every time you drink water, a tiny bit of salt in it. That's all I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to get into the reason and rhyme. Just put a tiny bit, well, I can get into it. It's just that it's one mineral that you're losing. If you drink a lot of water, you're flushing all the good minerals out of your body. You have to add. So either you're going to take magnesium, potassium, and all the other shit together, but at least the sodium, you want a little bit of sodium. Put it in your water when you drink it. Tiny bit, tiny bit. You need the salt. Your body actually needs the salt. unless you got really high blood pressure, it doesn't mean you can't take salt. You just can't take a lot of it. Just so you know. Just so you know. Oh, hello. Good morning, sir. How are you doing today? Why are you up so early all the time, Aloe? You're an independent man, you know. You're financially stable. You don't have to work a regular job. What the hell are you doing up this time in the morning, sire? I get up because my body's like a time clock. It just gets up when it wants to. Why do you get up so early? Do tell. Why so early? You got business to attend to, or does your family get up early? Oh, dear. Hey, that's reason to catch my live stream. Now you got it right. The early YouTuber catches the stream. You are correct, sir. You certainly are. I was thinking of doing a show, change my title to the Aloe Di Vinta #2 show. Or Triple F, Triple Frank Radio. Which one you like? I don't know. Pennywise says he gets up because he has to pee. Do you got a prostate problem? Yeah. I guess I do, but I don't get. I don't get up overnight to pee. If I happen to wake up overnight, it's like what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Am I getting off to pee? Am I just getting up because I get up early, or I get woken up, and while I'm up, I decide to take a pee or something? I don't know. Age-old question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Triple F? Oh, I like that. Yeah. I actually like that. I'm glad you agree. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? But wait a minute. What did Triple R stand for? That's a question we never asked. The Triple R show, but what did that stand for? I guess that's a question that was never asked. Oh, Lift Drafts Radio. Okay, forgot. Sorry, my bad. Okay. God, Frank, is your memory that fucking bad? Could be. Riff Draft Radio, for God's sakes. Now, I have to tell you, though, the Pretty Pony thing just didn't work out real well. Sorry. The Pretty Pony thing, I don't know. That was a disaster. I'm sorry, but I thought it was a disaster. We can't agree on everything, Pretty Pony. Where the hell did you come up with that? Or who came up with that? Pretty Pony? Whose idea was that? It's funny how the boys in the club there are not all together anymore. Everybody's scattered. They're all independent now. Somebody's dying of something fucking Alzheimer's in Texas, and everybody's on the outs with Poopeye, and everybody dispersed. They all dispersed. Why? I don't think a lot of people on that show got along with each other, ironically. It was a brotherhood, but, brotherhoods don't always last. What do you have in the morning when you get up? You have a cup of coffee? Do you drink tea? Do you have a Wiener Schnitzel? What's your breakfast? What do you do? Do tell. How's your piss flow anyway, Al? Does it stop and go? Do you get dribble? Do you have to go overnight? Do you got a good flow? Are you emptying your bladder? You're still in bed. Oh. Well, this is a wonderful thing to wake up to, is my voice. I don't blame you. I'd wake up to my voice. I don't know, they say I have a soothing voice. Hey, I'm just going by what they tell me. You piss in the garden. But too much ammonia, though. No, well, I don't know. That's one thing that Nico didn't use. You could use a certain amount of ammonia for this, but no, it just turns the grass yellow. You eat very late. Oh, God, I eat dinner early. My God, how early I eat dinner. No, I eat when I'm hungry. I gotta have my tea first, and then I'll get around to making some hot oatmeal. I just can't put some just high-fat, high-cholesterol bacon into my system. It's not a way of greeting the morning. I'm lucky I'm alive in the morning to get up, and the last thing I want to do is listen to my arteries harden while I'm drinking my tea and I'm eating on some delicious bacon. It can, yeah. Piss could kill plants, yeah. Well, the ammonia in it, the ammonia and other toxins. They're all toxins coming out of your piss. But yeah, you see when dogs piss on your nice lawn? I was laughing at Nico's lawn. He had a big yellow spot on there because some dog decided to lift his leg and piss on his lawn after he spent a couple of $100 on all his all the chemistry for his lawn. All it takes is one fucking piss. It immediately turns the grass yellow. Hello, beauty. I think piss does kill plants, if he's pissing it enough. There's enough toxins and ammonia in there to get the job done, Can you imagine somebody spends all that money on their lawn and a dog comes along and just lifts its leg or squats and takes a big old piss on their beautiful green lawn? That happens every day. I had a kind of a lawn that was in Hawaii. There was a mixture of Bermuda and weeds. It was a perfect combination of weeds. All I had to do was cut it. It looked fine. I think it was half weeds and half Bermuda. It had a nice look to it, Utilize the weeds. You just cut it down with the mower and it looks fine. It was very rare that we went around and spread any kind of fertilizer on the grass. The ground, is volcanic nature and it provided some nutrients and very rare. Every now and then I get a bag of Bermuda. I just kind of sprinkle it on there and I wet it down. And usually at the end of the day, you don't want the sun to boil the seeds, I knew how to take care of a lawn. Believe me, I'm an excellent lawn care specialist. After all, I worked for the Parks Department, Amo. But Popeye worked for the Parks Department, but look at his house. Look at his horrible dead lawn on those pictures. He needed Nico over there. Where was Nico when Popeye was trying to get his lawn together? But then Nico was never very successful anyway. Well, I prided having a good lawn, but I didn't put all my attention to it, though. No. Mostly the bushes and flowers, and I had a few different types of fruit trees. My orange trees, I don't know. We tried using neem oil and stuff on the fruit, but the bugs always got to the damn. I had tangelos. I had navel oranges also. I did. Did get all that rusty shit on there with, black spots from different bugs, but I didn't want to put any, neem oil is more of a natural thing to put on there, but it only helps so much. They use that for marijuana too. Good morning. Oh. Good morning. Good morning, baby doll. Good morning. My other half is up. Let's have another cup of coffee. She has her coffee. I have my tea. Coffee, tea, coffee. Huh? Let's have another cup of coffee. The nation just lives on coffee everywhere. Who says that, you know, nobody's on drugs? You're all on drugs. Look at fucking Scotty, man. How many times a day does this guy drink fucking coffee? And like at $5 a shot? Hello, Scotty. Of course he can't sleep at night. Does this guy not understand that? He doesn't. Come on now. You got all that caffeine in his system. Of course he can't sleep at night. Duh, Scotty. Come on, man. Really? Really? Does crazy. Just cut the caffeine after 12 noon. That's all you have to do. I don't have, after my morning tea, I don't have any tea the rest of the day. No, 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 no. I don't do that. Did you see that autobiography thing I put on? Now that was funny. We had this YouTuber, no names mentioned, that put on a short, I guess. You know, some analogy where these two people are talking about, oh, it was a very thing. Kind of like with narcissism, it has to do with someone's behavior. But the funny thing about this, the person who put this on, this was an actual autobiography about him. So I had to put this on. You know I had to do that, right? What's up with what? Oh. I put that thing on, you know. It's funny than shit. Did you get that? I think I sent you that. A link, I don't know. I don't know, you'd have to listen to the whole thing. And it really had so many elements of the guy's personality and his lifestyle. That's why I thought it was funny when he posted that. I said, what the fuck, is this an autobiography? Whoops, his slip is showing. People make these Freudian mistakes every now and then, you know? Yeah, it's a Freudian mistake. It's like I don't have a right to say anything on here. I can review anybody's show that I want on here, like they all do. I'm not committing a sin, okay? I know they hang on my every fucking word, I understand that. But gee, how much of this didn't you get? I just had a disconnect. How much of this didn't you get? I just had a disconnect. I don't know if you caught what I said, that the warden has resigned because of Vitaly exposing. So basically Vitaly did a disfavor to the Filipino people, and he did a favor to, as far as exposing certain things about the guards and immigration and all that stuff. Turns out the warden, well, they got, there's 5 people that have been taken away from their job or they resigned. So the warden resigned. The warden resigned. Can you believe that? I guess better resign and take your, I don't know, do you get, I don't know, severance pay? Or do you get a retirement from that? I don't know. Rather than having charges on him or something, you know, I guess if you resign, that makes it better? Is that the way it works? Ah, Brazil. Brazil is always welcome. I was watching a kickboxing fight. There was this Brazilian guy, young guy. Boy, this guy was like the new Bruce Lee. Do you know his name? I think he was Brazilian. Boy, was this guy good. He gave a lot of surprises, kicks, everything. Even hammer drops with his leg. I mean, this guy was, I saw it on a feed, and I believe he was Brazilian. Can't think of his name, but oh yeah, Brazil's always welcome on here. Do subscribe, sir. It's going, Mr. Andre. It's going, man. How about a little thumbs up, my boy? Oh, they're starting to attack Scotty again because they made reference to how, hello, little boys, hello, little girls. This guy is a klutz. Holy cow. But I don't know. That's your whole day is walking around. You don't know what to do with himself, so let me go have another coffee. This guy probably has about 12 cups of coffee a day. And what do they charge you for coffee these days? He's like spending his whole YouTube income on fucking coffee. Come on, there's limitations about everything, really. But supposedly he's not drinking anymore. I'm not buying that story. I just saw him a couple of the other day. He had beer in his hand. I thought he quit drinking. You just can't believe everything you hear, right? Oh no, there's no truth to that. Oh, we got a marvelous amount of people here this morning. We had our 13. Now we got 6. I'll take what you can get, right? Beggars can't be choosy, right? Oh, gosh. So, hopefully I get the damn generator going. Oh, shit, I'll wake the kid up and say, get over here. Go pull on this fucking thing. I'm not pulling on this all morning. Arrow, I could use a new generator. Hint, hint. Help this old man out. I'm broke. Remember? I'd rather have a new generator than a new chair. I don't know. I like the chair to replace that. I made a request for that. But I'd go for a new generator over the chair anytime. Up to your discretion, Oh, pardon me. Oh, yeah, me and Alla were in touch. Probably a lot. We agree to disagree and stuff like that and all that. We buried our hat, I think, rather than in each other's heads. Just come to a conclusion that, hey, it is what it is. Whatever the past is the past. All that. That's the way it should be on there anyway, Do they sell Generac? Yeah, they do. Yeah, you didn't see all of it. I do this sometimes to get, Oh, yeah, I got the dandruff thing going here, man. Yeah. Oh, that's nothing. You should see what was on there. Even though I use a dandruff shampoo.
What shampoo you use?
Well, we had some dandruff shampoo in it, sachets, You got to use it all the time. But here's a little clue. Sometimes you get a little bit of dandruff from the water in the well. Has all those elements in it, So, theoretically, you balance it out by rinsing your hair with some white vinegar. I have not done that religiously. I have not done that really. Yeah, Generac is pretty popular. They're pretty noisy though. A lot of businesses, they use a Generac. I've seen that in town. There's also, I think there's Tomatsu. Sounds like a tomato. Tomatsu. That's another one. But yeah, Honda, I guess if you had to get anything, you get a Honda generator. If not because they're reliable, but also because they're generally quieter than the other. They're generally a lot quieter. But I got a lot of things I need. So, one project at a time, gets overwhelming. Now that we got the trees topped off, that's reducing those terrible little red biting ants. And, you know, any really bad storm activity, we don't have to worry about these trees getting uplifted or whatever, breaking off and hitting the house or the roof. So that's an accomplishment right there. Oh, big time. Mostly for the ants, I couldn't stand. And also, the leaves get in my gutters, clog them up. You got to go there and clean the gutters all the time. I did that in Hawaii all the time. I didn't have trees around the house though, but they still blew around. You always get something blowing around in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. Yeah, but they were more like, what's the other name of the ants? I thought they were fire ants, but they're something similar. There's a difference. Some ants sting, some bite. Well, these are bastards. They're still around on the wall here and there, but they're trying to figure out, where do I go now? Where do I go now? Where do we go from here, now that all the trees have been cut and down? Oh, they're bastards. You got to see the guys, in the past when they were cutting branches off here, these ants. What they do, man, they send a signal with their pheromones, whatever. And if you're disturbing their proper, their homestead, they'll even drop from the tree on you to bite you. When they do that, it sends out a signal to the other ones to come and attack, attack, attack. Like YouTubers, Oh, they're incredible. Because, you get the branches on the ground and they have these nests, they make it out of leaves, it's like a big clump. And they make these nests out of like dry leaves. They're quite creative. They web this thing out of leaves, and then that's their home. But even when these branches were on the ground, not this time, but the last time we ever cut branches down, but they'd be on the ground. They'd be, next thing you know, they're on your leg, crawling up your leg or something. They go on the attack. And what happens is when they go on the attack, they're releasing, I don't think it's their formic acid, but they're releasing some hormone that gives a signal to the other ants. It's quite a marvelous system of communication through, I don't know, chemicals that they release. It's interesting. It really is. Where is everybody this morning? We had our 13 here. We got even 14 here. We're back down to 5 now. Part of it is because I'm not on camera. It brings stragglers. If you're on camera, people see you. Okay, what's the show all about? But I'm not always on camera. I don't always need to be. I mean, oh yeah, I got similar to fire ants. Always had them. It's the little fuckings that get in the house. But they're not a big problem. So the dogs get irritation on the skin too. Sometimes they'll lay outside in the dirt or the grass. They'll get bit by these, of course, like allergic reactions, dermatitis and all that shit, But yet the clock is ticking here. We're going to go off at 6 o'clock on the nose. At least it's light out now. That's when I got to go out there and, start pulling on the damn starter rope. And hopefully it doesn't break. We changed it from the normal rope they give you when you have a generator to a high intensity. It's kind of a nylon type. It's supposed to be stronger. It's supposed to be. If that breaks, oh fuck, man, all hell. Oh, Bessie is running. Thank goodness it's not going to be all day. Looks like we got a couple of live shows going on with Scotty. I guess Scotty's doing a live. That's where everybody is. No, we have not had any power all morning up till now from 6 o'clock. Okay. Finally got her going. Some people have that magic touch. They pull on that cord maybe 2 times and they get it going. Well, it's because it's kind of my fault. I left the this particular carburetor we put in here has its own little gas flow switch on it. And there was too much gas in the system. That's why I couldn't get it going. But he comes over and cut 3 pulls. Son of a bitch is going. It's amazing. Okay, I see people are probably on Scotty's show listening to Scotty. Gotta listen to Scotty. He has a lot to tell, a lot to learn. Okay, we'll see if anybody shows up on here. We'll wait a little while, but if they don't, we'll see. Build it and they shall come. Power on. I'm just listening to that generator, make sure it's going right. I can listen by the sound on there, whether I need to give it a little more oompa or not on the throttle. Okay, nobody here today. There you go. Fish on. Fish on. Fish on. Boy, either it goes on right away or it doesn't. I always get my trike driver to come here. Get this thing going, I tell him. It's not that I'm stupid and I don't know what I'm doing. I do know what I'm doing. It just never works for me. He comes over and 3 pulls. Well, actually, partially my mistake because the new carburetor has its own little throttle. And unfortunately, it was in the upper position, allowing too much gas to flood. So he recognized that and took care of that situation. Thank goodness for my trike driver. Old Bessie. Oh, she's old. It's a Toshiba 3500 watt. 3500 watt. And she's purring like a kitten. A loud kitten, but the main thing, she's working. Now, actually, half the morning so far, I did not have any power. I did not have any power. There was none. I played with it, but I said, shit, I'm not going to get a heart attack over trying to pull this cord. But my driver, bless his soul, he's so used to coming over here attending to that. He's not a mechanic, but, you know, see, one of the problems is they say, see the way this is? Like a little kid, leave it in this position. Well, I do. But when I try to start it, don't start. But then they play around with it a little bit. Next thing you know, 2, 3 pulls, she's purring like a kitten. Purring like a kitten. Hey, what's on there, Mix? My Irish friend there. Yeah, I actually did a video to upload. I didn't bother to put it on. I really had to do it to generate. I didn't bother to put it on, really. And I was going to do a show early, but I seen that Scotty was doing a show. Oh, God, Scotty. I don't know. So I figured, no, it's probably not a good time to do a show if Scotty's doing it. He gets all the viewers and all that stuff. God knows why, but, you know, he does. I figured, well, why? So I decided to come on now. Now, it's purring like a kitten now, but I tried. It's not like I'm not that intelligent. I can't figure out how to operate this, but see, the thing is, ever since we had put the new carburetor in, it had its own. Normally it was separate. The old carburetor had a separate throttle and everything else we had on there, but this here is different because it had its own little throttle for the gas that was going to flow through the carburetor. Okay, you following me? Yeah, you don't have to, but the main thing is it's working now. Hey, baby girl. Well-cared garden. Oh, somebody said we have a well-cared garden. Huh? Well, actually, thanks to her, because she spends endless hours watering. You know, here, let me tell you what's funny about the dogs. We have these little patches on the soil area of Bermuda grass. We got these cutting, you know, we got these little, from somebody, some Bermuda grass, you know, and, you know, they're growing, they're going to expand. But these dogs, when they decide to take a piss, they'll go in one of these tiny little 6x6 patches to go take their piss on. Never mind the rest of the grass, but they will pick that little patch. I don't know. Well, you know, she does spend a lot of time. And that's what I used to do all the time, actually, when I was in Hawaii. Oh, I had lots to do, believe me. Of course, a lot, 2 acres, but, you know, as I said, most of it was forest, ohia trees, O-H-I-A, ohia, which encompassed the best part of the island, really, other than some which are useless. You know, the nettles would fall off, and, you know, there were certain areas that had these, toward Kalapana. Now it's inundated by lava, but, you know, you drop a match onto that, probably go into fire, because there's oil on it. Pine nettle, I don't know, it's called an iron tree, something like that. Yeah, so yeah, we're empowered. It's going to go on at 2 o'clock, and then at 5 to 5:30 they'll turn it off again for some reason. I don't know. But from 6 o'clock, yeah, that's right. I was doing a show this morning when I had power. Then I got cut off, and I already told my audience that there's a chance that it would be cut off. Okay. You took my advice a few years to clean up outside the wall, at the bottom of the wall in front of the house. You took care of the weeds there. It looks nice now. Not right now, it don't. It grows back unless you're going to throw cement on there with some very thick dolomite or whatever, you know, that's what you get a lot out of the ground here. You get that yellow sand kind of stuff, calcite, I don't know what the hell you call that, dolomite, I don't know. And you pack it in good and you'd probably be okay. But like I said, there's going to be a resort across the street, and they will, even though the barangay or whatever, municipality, is not going to spend no freaking money on fixing that road in front of my house. The resort, but that ain't going to be for several years, so, you know, meanwhile, it's going to continue to degrade. They will have to fix up that road very nicely. It's better to what it was. And, oh, yeah, yeah. But my wall is a constant thing, my wall. I always prided the wall, my nice white wall. All yellow, rusty looking marks on there from the cats that like to climb up the wall with muddy paws. It's a battle that's really hard to win. Very difficult. You could hear the generator in the background. My neighbor finally got a generator. It's not a 3500 watt like mine. Isn't it, I'm not an electrician, but I was told that generally if you turn off your circuit breakers, you didn't have to run an inline situation like I have. What we did was we had it hooked up to the electrical wire. It's coming from the house directly to that. And although there was a theory that if you got an outside outlet or something, that you could just take a generator, you could plug it into your outside out, make sure your breakers are turned off, that you could theoretically plug into your outdoor outlet and have the generator discharge its electricity through an outdoor outlet. Now, I don't know how much truth of the matter is for that. I don't know. Haven't tried it. But anyway, we got this wired in anyway. It just really involves having a switch outside, a breaker, and wire, and him just basically running a wire to the generator where it is across the yard. You don't want it to be near the house. You don't want to breathe in the fumes. Run that wire underground in a PVC electrical pipe to the generator, okay? And see, basically it's just hooked up to a wire right above, underneath the roof. There's wires for the electricity, and just tying it off to that. But theoretically, you could actually, yeah. Do you run your showers by electric or boiler? Boiler. No, electric. Electric. But you don't get no heat from the shower unless you have, an electric water heater. But you need a good flow of water to get that. That's why we have a separate pump other than the well pump that we have. Because, it's basically gravity fed from the water tank that's up about 25 feet from the ground. Basically, it's normally gravity fed, and you're not going to get a forceful water out of your sink or shower if it's gravity fed. Okay, we get scientific here. It's gravity fed. But with the other pump we have it, once it's turned on, it gives that force that you need to allow us to get hot water from our shower. Because without the good flow, you could burn out the elements in the electric water heater for the shower, okay? There's got to be a good flow. And that's where people make mistakes. They don't have a good flow. That's why we got that higher pressure pump to accommodate the, because we made that mistake and we burnt out one of those water heaters in the shower before. So, yeah. Answers your question. Anyway, it's always one thing or another. It's really funny though, and it's also embarrassing because I'll spend my time trying to get that generator going. It's just 90% of the time doesn't work for me. But I have my driver come over and he comes in handy. I said, look man, I'm not going to deal with this. Throw him 100 pesos. He's happy about it. He's smiling. You want to mess with this? Because I'm done messing with it. Son of a gun, he little adjusting here, little adjusting there, pulls it no more than 3 times, it's humming like a bird. Most Filipinos simply use the simple tabo. What's the tabo?
Huh?
Tabo.
I just regular, just the
Oh, it's just, oh yeah, okay. Just a ladle in the water in the bucket and over there. Yeah, okay. No, I don't like cold water. Not when I take a shower. It's to be refreshing, but no, I like warm. I don't need hot water. I just need, lukewarm, warm. I don't need hot water. In fact, it's not really good for you. Well, they do that because, well, they don't have, you know, there's nothing modernized about their water system. There's nothing, they don't have a water heater of any sort. So, but yeah, I mean, they do a lot of things that are very simple, but it gets the job done, doesn't it? They're very creative. Whether working with cement, they don't need a cement mixer. They don't need, I mean, it's really amazing some of the stuff they do. Why do they do that? It really has to do with money. Not everybody has the tools that they need for a job. They create their own. Like an example, I was looking to get one time some weights from somebody, a barbell, you know. I said, you know anybody selling a barbell? And oh yeah, I know somebody. So we ride over there one time, and they had a barbell, but it was made out of a. The bar was not metal; it was made out of wood of some sort, and the two weights that were on it were simply made from putting some cement in a milk bottle container. Voila, you got some weights. And he wanted a lot of money for that. I said, I'm not paying a lot of money for that. What you're asking me, I could probably go get a barbell with some weights on it. I couldn't believe it. You said use the tap water in PI well treated. Oh, is the tap water in the well treated? Well, in fact, why don't you get a hold of that guy? Where's our results on that lab test? This is an awfully long time to get a lab test to us. We paid somebody from Cebu that came here that took a sampling of our water. Now that you mention it, sir. No, we have to shock treatment. We're not doing enough. Now, we were advised to do is the water tank above, open the top, put in about 2 tablespoons of dry chlorine. Okay, that's all you need. Squish it around. Don't throw anything in the well. It's not the way to go about it. It's the most efficient way to do it. So we have to start doing that. So is it regularly treated? No, it's not. It's not. And we try to give it a shock treatment, but we do it the way that he said maybe we shouldn't do because it's not efficient. And you can't just throw it in the well with warm water, mix it up with warm water, put it in the well, down the well shaft. No. You got to go up on that, what is it, a 500 liter? How many liters is that water tank? I don't know, stainless steel. Go on the top, there's a little hatch on the top. Take 2 tablespoons of chlorine powder, the good stuff, and put it in there. And get a stick or something, whatever, mix it up in there, and that's all you need to do. And you do that, how often? I don't know, every week or I don't know how often. Okay, Mike says, remember the time of typhoon around Michael's in Bohol, there was no water. Yeah, I remember that. And the people there had no water and were waiting weeks for water. So yeah, he probably didn't bathe for that amount of time either. I don't know how often he bathed anyway. The question I have was why wasn't there wells in Bohol for people to get water? I found that strange. Well, you have to dig your own well, okay? Yeah, the municipality or whatever, they're not going to do that for you. If you're close to the main roads in town, chances are you might have municipality water pumped to your place. But most places are far from the roads, and we're a little bit too far from the road to get that kind of, municipality water. So this is all over the world too. This is it's not just here in the Philippines. If you're living anywhere in America that's a rural area, and you're far from highways or main service areas, a lot of people. My brother used to live in Indiana. I remember the first house. And they had a well in their yard. It had a lot of iron though. It was horrible tasting. You had to put the water in a cold refrigerator to get that taste out for some reason. I couldn't even drink the water, but he had a well. If you were not near a service area, we could get that water pumped into you. This is all over the world actually. It's all over the United States. If you live in a rural area where you're far from what I call a service area where they could actually run some piping to get that water to you from their source. This is common. this is very common. Yeah, I don't have iron here, but yeah, yeah, you would need, yeah. I need a water softener for this too. There's a lot of, what is it, calcium or calcite, dolomite, whatever the hell it is in the water here. Now, we paid somebody to take a sample of our water and give us some advice. Okay, and I also asked him, I said, look, here's where my septic is. I said, is that far enough away from my well? And he says, yes. And he told me what the distance was. It's a safe distance. Yes, it's a safe distance. We're not getting any of my septic material in my well. It's too far away. But, we took a sample of the water, and we're waiting all this time. I don't know how long it's been. It doesn't take that long. It's been, 2 weeks? I don't know how long it's been, or a week and a half, and we still don't have the results. One thumbs up. We're doing good today. Okay. Well, I'm not really big on a well system, but a well, that's all you can. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. That's what you do. Look at the Mayans and all that. They had what they call, cisterns. They had underwater. They dug into the ground for water. For when it rained, they had sources where the water would fill these cisterns, and that's their water supply. When it ran out or they went through a drought, a lot of Mayans had to move out of the area. They didn't have water for crops, and a lot of Mayans disappeared, and they wonder why they disappeared. But this is not the only place that has happened. They were very resourceful to get water. But some seasons that didn't have water at all. Their crops died. They needed water for cooking, for bathing, and everything else you need water for, washing clothing. But when the cisterns, they dried up, that was it. They had to move out. The same as if you're living in some desert area somewhere, right? I don't know, say anywhere. You're in Arizona, you're middle of, I don't know, some desert. If you dig down far enough, you probably could find water. But when that runs out, you're going to go dig down somewhere else. In hopes, it's just like finding oil. If you don't find oil in one spot, you're going to be drilling down to another spot to see if you can find oil. And you might not find it. So the operations can discontinued. It's the same thing. A lot of towns throughout history in deserts in Southwest and other places, they depended on well water. Because, deserts are very dry. That's why they call them a desert. Don't get me wrong, when they do storm up there, it floods. The ground is so solid, it just doesn't absorb the water. But even in desert towns, they run out of water. And what do you think Las Vegas is living off? What is it, Lake Mead? Is that the one? And how many times Lake Mead, I believe that was the lake, it receded. I mean, you couldn't believe. I mean, 100 feet of ground that you could walk on, or 200 feet would take you, have to take it to the water level that it used to be. I mean, when that shit dries up, then Las Vegas goes to shit. Nevada area, all around that area that's utilizing it. They're gonna leave town. Houses ain't gonna be worth shit if there ain't no water. Ain't gonna be worth shit. It would be worth it, Frank, if you put a water softening system to your, well, they were trying to sell us on this, let me tell you. Well, you can't take chances with water, probably costs a few K, but, well, yeah, they suggested a filtration system, which of course would be in carbon filters, nothing that I'm not used to, because I've had that in Hawaii. Mine was only a two-stage filter, where one was 10 microns and one was 20 microns. Let's see, the 20 micron one I think was catching all the, it might be the opposite, it's catching all the bigger debris that would go through the pump and, from the tank to the house. And the other one, it was maybe, I don't know if it was a 10 or 20, yeah, either one, had a carbon filter with it, okay. So, but I've seen, even my neighbor out there had an elaborate system. These were big-ass filters. These were huge. And she had like a 5-stage system. I had a little bit of that this morning. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the whole reason they came down was to try to sell us and their operations in Cebu. And the only reason they came down was to try to sell us on getting this system and try to scare us, you know, and to get us to spend more money. When all we really have to do is just chlorinate 2 tablespoons in the tank above, not in the well, and take care of that. Shock the system. But my God, we were putting in, we were throwing in the well. I don't know how much. We were definitely doing it wrong.
1/4.
How much? A kilo?
Oh, 1/8.
1/8 of a kilo? We were throwing in, we mixed with warm water, we were throwing in
It's okay daw, 1/8.
an eighth of a
They
kilo.
said it's okay, 1/8. You throw there in the well, but once a month.
Well, you could do that as okay, you could do that as shock treatment once a month. We put an eighth of a kilo down the well shaft, into the water, in the well. Okay, that you could do once a month. It shocks the water, but then you have to run the water, make sure it's running through all the pipes. It's going to go into that storage tank above. All right, that's going to distribute it through the pipes, and you're going to want to run your water for a while. All faucets, all faucets in the house, shower head, you're going to have to run that through, okay? And if you don't, then you're going to get that chlorine on your skin. It could be,
Baan mo.
I don't want more of that. No. No. Well, chlorine ain't good either. Yeah. That's why we get itchy a lot. I'm sure, at times it's the chlorine, but a lot of times it's all the, what are those minerals that are in there? There's like dolomite, calcium, whatever it is. There's a lot of shit in the ground out here in the Philippines, It's not like you might find somewhere in the United States, It's a different type of soil. It's a lot of rock. It's a lot of minerals. And how do you know it? Because take a black pail and pour some water in it. Let it dry out by dehydration, the sun. And you're going to see a white ring around that black pail inside. That's what's going on your skin. I do mix. We try to find the water pitchers that are glass. We have one. I just can't find the big pitchers. But then again, they always have a plastic top on it. You just can't win. Yeah, you go by what people say. Something's got to kill you, right? One thing does and another is. But no, when I'm on the road or something, yeah. But we got to buy some thermoses. If we had them, I think the kids are using them. And we'll go out on the road or something for whatever reason, is to get the stainless steel, with stainless steel screw-on tops. It's your best bet. No linings in there. It's going to be plastic. Just stainless steel is perfectly fine. Because it is accumulative. It gets in your brain too. Believe me, I've seen enough feeds on the internet about this and how people are getting Alzheimer's from a lot of reasons. Even that contributes. And it's just like the fish in the ocean. It's the same damn thing. It's not any different. It's not any different. The fish are eating plastic, and it's killing them too. Hey, girls. Here's my girls. Here's my sweetheart. Okay. They like to be with us all the time. Hotter climate. Who's here? Oh, who's here? Yeah. Yo, yo. Uh-oh. You got delivery? For who? Ah.
You. Sorry.
I got to find out. So what is this? San Romeo. Okay. Gotcha. Want to sign for that? Right on. Anything else? That'll be it. Sign there too. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you. Oh, from Bago. Okay, I know what it is. Had that other court situation going on in Bogo. The building was wrecked by the storm. This is from Bago. You could read it. Maybe they found a place they're going to continue their, yeah, maybe. I'll read it in a minute. Okay, so even my system in Hawaii was not perfect. We had a 10,000 gallon tank, and you damn well had to chlorinate it every month. It was 2 ounces per 1,000 gallons. You put regular bleach, unscented. 2 ounces per 1,000 was 10,000, so do the math. And I did this every month, despite what some idiots are talking about, my tenants, that there were slugs and snails in there. Fuck no. I even had screens on my gutters too. I mean, bunch of bullshit. You know, we utilized that water. We had to make sure, powered with it, we did, you know, whatever. But I haven't drank water from a faucet since I've actually lived in Seattle. The only place that I've lived, other than prior, that I could actually drink water out of a sink or a garden. I remember growing up, all those kids, we used to, it was no big deal. We'd grab a garden hose and we'd be drinking out of a garden hose. You can't seem to do that anymore. It's probably worse in hotel climate as plastic. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, there's really nothing perfect. You could probably put together the perfect system if you want. Well, the better system I had was the UV. I did buy a UV system for my Hawaiian home. But the problem with that was, if you knew how expensive electricity was in Hawaii, and I was paying everyone's electric. I'm such a nice guy. Paid for their cable. Oh yeah, their internet. Such a good guy. And I was a lousy fucking landlord, you know. Fuck, they had it made in the fucking shade. But what happened was that UV filter, they work wonderful, killing bacteria. Any water that goes through it, it's going to go into your house system from the water tank, has to go through there. But it's on 24/7. 24/7. And it ran up our bills like crazy. I said, I just sold it. I said, whatever, let's just try to be more conservative with the electricity. But when you have tenants that were purposely running their stove, even though they weren't using it, you know, and trying to run up my bill to kind of get even with me. What is with getting even? Everybody trying to get even, you know. That's what happened. I even see pro tennis players drinking water out of plastic bottles. Well, as long as it says Evian on there, you got to be in style. They didn't drink out of any water bottle. It had to be Evian or something like that. No plain water bottle. I'm gonna start drinking more mineral water. Isn't that stuff we get here? It's called less miserables, less minerals, whatever. Have some.
Schedule.
A new schedule on that one?
Yeah.
I'll read it. Not out loud, but I will read it. Okay. Date. Wow. They're scheduling out, aren't they?
But the place is
In San Romeo. That's better. At Hagnaya Beach. That's better. That's where they moved it, huh?
yeah.
Okay. Well, that could work for me. Somebody's holiday house is called. Wow. They're making money whoever owned that property. Well, whoever they're using the facilities now, I said the owner's making property for the government to utilize that facility. Wow.
Renting them.
Let's see. Mandy. Oh, it's where he's living. Okay. Okay, well, we know what's going on with that anyway. Getting back to my comments here. Here's my 13. The boys are back in town. 14. Okay, tennis players, we got that. Mineral water is good for settling stomach. Well, I use ginger for that too. No, but like I said, I'm not going to turn this into a medical show, but I mean, the thing is that it's suggested that you put a little tinge of it in your drinking water. You're going to have a glass of water, put it just a tiny bit. Because although they're telling you you need, which is ridiculous, it's individualistic really. They say you need 2.5 to 3.5, liters of water every day if you live in the tropics. I do believe, and I haven't had that much this morning, which reminds me, that we do need to keep water in. It flushes out the kidneys, the toxins, and everything else. Yes, it does. But when you drink too much water, here's the problem. This is what they don't tell you. It says you're flushing out all the minerals you need. Magnesium, potassium, all this shit. Sodium. That's the problem. You're flushing all the sodium and you need the sodium. Even if you have high blood pressure, you do still need a certain amount of sodium. What do you think they give you when you go to the hospital, right? Had an accident or emergency, whatever, you go in the hospital. Let's get 2 bags of, and what do they call it? Ringers or something, whatever. It's a highly, highly concentrated sodium mixture. And that's what they're telling you. No, reduce your salt amount and all that. Well, if you have extremely high blood pressure, you're going to have to watch your salt. But your body still needs salt, okay? These are contradictions that go on here. Can you buy spring water in Kerwin's? You always know about Kerwin's. Mineral water, good. It's all called spring. I mean, well, no, here's the good thing. When I lived in Hawaii, you wonder what I drank. I didn't drink out of the catchment tank. Obviously not, because shit from the gutter. How do you think it's filled with water? And boy, I tell you, well, it took one good rain in that tank. If it was during a drought, shit would take no. I tell you how much water that roof displaces and goes into the gutter. And whatever's in the gutter, bird poop, if a rat went in there. All that shit's going in the tank, and that's why you need to shock treatment your water. Okay, your question was, well, they have, what is it called? Less minerals. That's common. You see it in 7-Eleven and all different, sorry stores and all kinds of, because it's called less minerals. I don't know how much it has in there, but I buy the Pocari Sweat, Pocari. Next word, SWEAT, which has some of those minerals that you need. I don't drink it every day, but what you can do though is at least put a little salt in there because you sweat all the shit out of your skin. I think it's critical if you're living in the tropics. They make too much of an issue of salt intake. Yeah, sugar is the real issue. It's not the salt. And like I said, I'm not sugar-free. I just pretend to be. No, I'm not sugar-free. She just fed me something here. I don't know what it was, but it's kind of like a pie thing or something. I do eat sugar, except that I eat probably 80% less sugar than I think the average Joe would. If I'm hungry for something and somebody brought in some chocolate chip cookies, I'm there. I'm there. There's nothing else to eat for snacks. I'm healthy, like bananas, oranges, which I eat, apples, all that stuff, carrots. Oh yeah, I got a sweet tooth, especially for dark chocolate. Put chocolates around me, and it's like it's all over. I mean, screw everything. But I've already found out I'm not diabetic. That's a good thing. And I do not consume not nearly as much sugar that's going to make me diabetic or fuck with my glucose. Okay. And you don't want to be diabetic because everything else happens to you. It's just your whole body gets screwed up, your heart or your organs. I know people on here that eat the lousiest food and they're obese and all that. And they're in big ass trouble. They're in big ass trouble. But I'm not going to go dwell on that. They're going to do what they do, and I don't give a rat's ass to tell you the truth what they do. Let them kill themselves for all I fucking care. I remember you used to have a lot of Cornettos. No, I never had a lot of Cornetto ice cream cones. We'd buy them every now and then. But I didn't like the taste of the cone itself, the housing. I'd rather totally have a sugar cone, the light, you know, than that. It was like cardboard. I didn't like it. No, cornetos they're not that good. They all made a big thing about it. Of course, Snicko and Aloe and all those, they made a thing about the cornetos, but no, that's not even good ice cream, really. In fact, most of the time you're not even getting real ice cream, but I don't want to go into that either. It's made out of a powder, and it's common knowledge, but the average person don't know that, though. Even Dairy Queen, they're duping you, man. Dairy Queen uses a powder. It's made of, oh, what's the word? It's a powder. And there's some calcium in there. It's not real ice cream. What is that? Your home, is it?
Your
Oh,
home.
yeah.
Your home. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
oh.
my home.
I never had a lot of cornetos, no. But even Dairy Queen. Dairy says dairy, but it's not all dairy. And by the way, a lot of these places, maybe they're more controlled for sanitation, but you might find, I hate to tell you, it's not just here in the Philippines, it's a lot of places. They don't clean out these machines very well. There's dead roaches in the back, there's roach droppings, and they're serving that stuff. They do not clean the whole thing out. One of the reasons they don't, because they want to make money, and they want to keep that false ice cream coming out of there to make money. It's either laziness or it's just, we don't want to tie up the machine because it's a money maker for us, especially on a hot day. You don't know what the hell you're eating, trust me when I tell you. But you got to eat, and sometimes you have to have trust in somebody or trust in a restaurant, but you can't have total trust. You just can't. Not here, that's for sure. But see, the big man used to feed his kids a lot of Dairy Queen in the mall in Cebu. Well, I don't know. I think if you care for your kids, I mean, I really can't tell her kids what to do. They're like my kids, but they're not my blood, but they're still my family. But, tell them not to eat rice. Yeah, right. Tell my girlfriend not to eat rice. Yeah, right. Tell her not to have bread with her coffee. Yeah, right. Or panda, it's not going to happen. I see what they eat. And when we have, chicken, roasted chicken, I love roasted chicken. Most of the time, I don't eat the skin. But man, it's like cannibals. They'll take that skin. Well, don't throw that away. I'll take that skin. Her too. I generally don't eat much of the skin. Doesn't mean I don't all the time, but most of the time, I just try to get the white meat out of it or whatever. I don't, because that's where all the cholesterol and shit is in there. And there's nothing wrong with cholesterol either, but that's another subject I'm not going to go into. It's turning into a medical show here, but I don't care what the big man does with his kids. It's his business. I think I know who you're talking about, but that's not even on here. We're not really about the trolls today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I don't even know what's going on. I know Scotty, of course, had a show on, I believe. And I know that, who had a show on? No, Scotty did. Damn. Okay. I mentioned his name. That's as far as I'm going to go with it. It's like this, guys. Should we give a rat's ass what anybody does unless it affects you personally or legally? That's a different story. I really don't give a shit what people do. I just talk about these things on here. Whether they have a belly from here to eternity and they're going to die from liver damage or heart disease or diabetes. I don't give a shit. I talk about it on here. I give good advice. You can take my advice or not or throw it in the trash bin. It's your body. It's not mine. And what I do that's bad to my body is bad to my body. I'm one of them. But I'm not living a life of total turbidity, and total lack of maintenance in one form or another. or lack of a healthy diet. What do you think I had for dinner last night? You know what I had for dinner last night? I had broccoli. I threw a little white rice in it. I had broccoli. Broccoli. That was my dinner. Sometimes in the morning, in fact, I'm going to soak those lentils. Probably too late now. No, it ain't. I might decide to have some lentils tonight. Of course, you're going to fart like a farting machine, but I'd rather do that and kick a little gas, if you know what I mean, to eat something that's full of fiber, full of protein and iron, than eat some of the shit that people do in the morning. Sure, I have eggs. Not every morning. I have my oatmeal. Bought a brand new bag. Papa's got a brand new bag. Ting. Got a brand new bag. Mick says, I think it's shocking how the big man constantly gives his kids Coke Zero. Yeah, like that's any better. Is he trying to destroy the kids' health? Get them a real Coke instead of that stuff. I don't know. It's like I say to fucking 8 miles from home, who they're like total vegans and shit. You know, everything's tofu, this and that. I said, give the kid a fucking hamburger. Give her a big old fucking hamburger with cheese and pickles and mayonnaise, and give her a side of fries, the poor kid. You gotta be a kid. Okay? You could do that now and then for the kid. I'm sorry, but I can't see raising a child as vegan. Or, you know, I just can't. You actually do need some meat. And the kind of enzymes and everything that's in the meat and the kind of protein and amino acids and stuff that comes in meat. Because these people, they look like walking scarecrows that you put in a cornfield. Go look at these guys that are complete vegans. God, give the kid a break. Buy her a hamburger. Take her out for a burger, man. That's what I say. Now, I try to promote the idea of eating certain healthy things, but Jesus Christ, man. Even I'll eat some chocolate. Even I'll have a delicious cookie or a piece of cake or something. I don't really eat chips and all that garbage. I used to back in Hawaii. I don't eat corn chips, potato chips. It's rare that my lips touch that. I don't drink no soda at all. That is a big culprit. Soda is a huge culprit. What you get in one bottle of Coca-Cola, man. I showed you actually on the table. I used something like salt rather than sugar just to display how many grams of sugar you're getting from one can of Coca-Cola. And then even, you know, you were talking about the free Coke, meaning sugar-free. Well, here's the deal. They use a sugar substitute like aspartame, or they use, the other stuff. And the way your body works, it recognizes something that's sweet. And your glucose level reacts to that like it's real sugar. This is what most people don't know. Oh, it's sugar-free. Oh, that's cool, man. But they have to use something to sweeten it. And even natural sweeteners are not going to do the job. Because your body, it's really amazing. It recognizes what sweetness is. It relates it to sugar, to high fructose, glucose. Okay? And your body recognizes, pretty insane, huh? Your body recognizes that it's sweet, and it automatically thinks, okay, this is sugar, and my body's going to react to it just like regular sugar. Your glucose levels might spike and everything else. This is what they don't tell people. Okay? There you go. Man. Mick says, I think the main thing is to eat real butter. I got some right here. Like Kerrygold, not like the spread. No. I don't use anything that's seed oil. I use this other stuff that's actually made out of an olive oil, but I wouldn't be surprised if it has a little bit of seed oil in it. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's actually way healthier than, it's called Nuttaflex. Nutteflex. You could get that in S&R, maybe a few stores. They have different kinds. They have coconut oil type. I don't call it a margarine because it's not exactly a margarine. I would never eat margarine. I grew up on eating margarine. Horrible stuff. Yeah. No, I use butter. It's expensive out here, though. So use it sparingly. It's expensive. But you could use the Nutriflex. in lieu of the butter. It's excellent on toast. I cook with it in the pan, fry things with it. Now they use her, meaning they and the kids. They use canola oil. Well, it's not good either. It's not the worst oil, canola. Some people say use coconut oil, but you got to read about coconut oil having to do with the temperature on frying something, the temperature of the oil. I don't want to get into that. But canola oil is pretty cheap. They use that for frying stuff here when they're going to decide to fry some fish and stuff like that. I don't touch it. Okay, they do. But it's not the worst oil, but it's not too much better than the other seed oils. Stay away from any seed oil, okay? Carry gold is expensive, but you take the risk with health. Man, I know health, I've read of health officials, they go to how many bars of butter per week? A lot. They eat tons of butter. Okay. Unless you're dairy intolerant, you can take care of that with a little tablet. But people worry about cholesterol all the time. When your brain is made of cholesterol, okay, and your liver needs cholesterol, okay? It even manufactures it. You need cholesterol. So when they come up and say, oh, gee, Mr. B or whoever, your cholesterol level is 200. We'd really prefer you being down to like 100 or something. Let me give you a little news, a little wake-up call. My brethrens, let me give you a little wake-up call on that. Let's get the truth out since we're the channel of truth. This does not apply. What you're hearing a lot of times about cholesterol is now being argued extensively through universities and medical institutions all over the world. All over the world. You could have a cholesterol level, unless you have present heart conditions and you think you have blockage in your arteries, your cholesterol level could be well over 300, 400. I wouldn't really want to go over 400. That might be problematic. But you don't like suddenly, oh, I'm going to have to go on some statin drugs. And oh God, statin drugs, let me get you on that. Statin drugs cause more problems than good. And you're going to get muscle aches and cramps and you're going to wish you never took it. My brother used to be on it. You simply adjust your stupid fucking diet is what you do. It's not that complicated. So if you're fat and obese and ugly, I can't help you with the ugliness, but I could definitely help you with that. And just like I said, take human bites. Use spoons and forks instead of fucking garden spade shovels to shove the food in your mouth. And just watch exactly what you're eating. Is it highly caloric? Are you eating too many carbohydrates, too much protein? Too much protein turns to fat when you don't work it off. Too many carbs. Carbs, you need carbs. You need carbs. But too much carbs breaks into starches, breaks into sugar, breaks into calories, which in turn breaks into fat. That's why you get fat on too much carbs. You eat too much pasta, you're going to get fat. Pasta basul. There you go. Live and learn. Live and learn. Boy, it's amazing what the average person don't know. And they wonder why their ass or their belly needs its own goddamn zip code. Duh. Hello. Then all these fucking alcoholics, they wonder why their liver's falling apart. Hello. Is anybody home? I'm looking in Barry's eyes. Nobody's home. Is anybody home? Really? Think about it. Don't complain. If you're fucking obese and your liver's falling apart and your heart is in bad condition because you're obesity and you're drinking and you're getting diabetes, which is going to cause a whole metabolic dysfunction of every fucking organ in your body, including your spleen and everything else. Don't talk to me about it. Do something about it. I don't have a weight problem. Never had really a weight problem. I'm a perfect weight for my height. Perfect. Perfectamundo. Take a look. Take a look at yourself. You're just an empty shell. I'm not fat at all. Excuse me. Pardon. I got about an inch or so I could take off my belly. Mm-hmm. Sure. That's it. Oh, I got kind of big thighs though, actually. Now that I look at that. Oh, it looks like another scar's coming on me now. When I took down a tree, I bumped my lower shin into a piece of branch. Now I'm dealing with that now. It's not infected, but it's going to scar up again. By the time I die, I think my whole leg is going to be covered with scars. And why does that happen? Generally, if you're diabetic, that happens. Even if you're not diabetic, um, what happens is as you get older, you're losing elasticity in your skin, and your levels of collagen and proteins are down. So you may get a cut on your arm, most of your legs. That's where your blood circulation. A lot of your blood circulation's in your legs. You'd be surprised how much. That's why you got to work with your legs. You know what they say now? You know what they say now? They, meaning the medical community, they say that, and I don't totally advocate. Just it's good to walk for your heart and stuff. But they're just saying that your best exercise is not even walking. You're only getting a 30% benefit from walking for cardio and other blood flow and everything else. Squats. Sit on a chair, get up. You know how to do that? Sit on a chair, get up. Sit again, get up. It works your legs, works your glutes, works your thighs. There you do. There's a lot of expended energy doing that. And if you don't do that as you're getting older, that's why you hear people groaning when they get off a chair or something. Because their legs, they don't have good blood flow, and they don't have the muscle capacity to lift themselves. And a lot of times people have to hold on to something to get off a fucking chair. Why is that happening? You don't got good blood flow. You have not built up your muscles. Okay? Even your glutes, your ass. Okay? Okay. You build that sucker up. It's like the core of your body, really. That and your thighs. Your thighs, the muscles have to carry you around. Okay? That's it. And I'm not a physical therapist or anything like that. Hey, it's Frank's Lonely Horse. How are you, man? Mental issues? Do I really? You mean the word of truth has mental issues? I don't think so, sir. But I've seen the things you write on people's comments on channels, and sir, hate to inform you, but I think you, sir, have mental issues. Frank's Lonely Horse. Come up with a better title than that. Then come back. We might actually have you stay for a while, okay? But seriously, man, get a clue. Well, if I have mental issues, then we have a real big problem on YouTube here, because if you think I have mental issues, then these people should be institutionalized. That's the way I see it. Bye. Sooner come than gone. Sooner come than gone. How do you like that action? See how easy that was? Goodbye, Frank's Lonely Horse. Oh, gee, I wonder who's behind that. Should we guess? How many accounts do you have? So, I'm not going to feel sorry. When I see an obese person that has to pay for 2 seats on an airline seat, on a bus or whatever, I'm not going to feel sorry for them. You are in control. Whatever you do, good or bad to your body, you're the one in control, not anybody else. Not you, not anybody else. I'm tired of giving advice, really. I've done that with family members. Where did that get me, right? You give advice, they don't listen, so don't ask me for advice anymore, is what I tell them. Link to High Road. Well, of course, Mix. Mickey Mix. Mickaroony. You gotta be, I'll call you Mickaroony. Yeah. And you like those Babe-Roonies. Talk about mental issues, huh? Talk about mental issues. God, a junior high mentality, that Scotty boy. I don't know how he gets along in life. I really don't. He needs a caretaker, man. I don't know. I think he needs a caretaker. If anybody does, I think he does. I mean, a genuine caretaker. It was him that was saying that? Who was saying that they don't like to go anywhere alone because they're afraid if something happens to them? Who was I just listening to that said that? Oh, Jimbo said that. Well, because Jimbo gets into trouble. That's why he don't want to be alone. He says, someone says, "Yo, you're taking Dexel everywhere you go, right?" Scotty's fading away. The lad needs good steak. I know. I know. So he needs to be with somebody. I can be independent. The reason I hang with Gilda, she hangs with me a lot, we go everywhere together. It's just I'm not afraid of having a heart attack somewhere. I got info in my wallet that'll provide phone number, who to contact, all that shit. I like being with her. She likes being with me. That's the difference. Jimbo said just recently on a show today or yesterday, because someone asked him a question, something pertaining to that anyway. And his answer was, well, you know the way it is in the Philippines. He's got a point on that though too. He's got a point on that though. Because I've seen what people do out here. Car wrecks, motorcycle wrecks, they're just taking out their cameras and not even fucking helping. Yeah, I understand that point, but Jim just gets himself into trouble all the time. He needs somebody with him to bail him out or something. Yeah. Scotty is literally fading away, actually. Like 8 Miles from Home. I barely ever watch that channel. I get sick of it. It's a little bit too family for me, you know. And he has a whole context and he has a whole, you know, schematic for his show that makes him successful. He tracks the family people and stuff like that. Which there's nothing wrong with that. Instead of having trolls. But he overdoes it. It's like overkill. Because people who like babies will watch his show because they got the new baby. Oh, they got the dog. What do they call the dog? They call him, Poopy. Oh, Poppy. Gotta have Poppy. You got the animal lovers. He's got it. He's got it from end to end. Down tack. He got it. People who love babies. People who love the dogs. People who love the little kid, the smart girl, very intellectual. People who love, eating tofu. People who love the mixed British couple, and maybe love the area they live in, Sergal. They got it together. I mean, this is like the most perfect alignment to get, and the guy makes tons of money per month. He gets sponsors. Well, one could say, good for them. He knows what he's doing, okay? And he's the kind of show that will never be taken off. But people like Philly in the Philippines, people like Scotty, yeah, I can see them. But Philly's worried right now. Oh, he's worried. Oh, he's worried. He got a strike from Scotty. I'm not worried. I got a strike from old Poopeye. I got a strike from Poopeye. Give me 2 more. Do me a favor. Because you won't know what's going on with me if I get striked out, because I won't be doing the channel anymore. That'll be it. You would have the entertainment for me, the knowledge. You couldn't live without me. You know that. Scotty has a pancake for dinner after walking 10 miles. That's not going to do it. A pancake for dinner ain't going to do it. There's virtually no protein in there at all. Except you're going to make it with a little bit of milk in there, the mixer and all that stuff. A tiny, tiny bit. Not enough. He's fading away. Give him a couple of more months cornfield. Put him on a stick. He'll make a good scarecrow. He already is. He already is a scarecrow. Better him than me, you know. Wouldn't want to be Scotty. But again, aimlessly walking around. I don't know, there's got to be more to life than that. It's not like I travel around and do all this shit, but let me tell you something. I live a whole lot better life than Scotty would ever dream of having, and even some of the other people on here. going into cockroach laden. In fact, Jimbo just said they just came back from the store and bought a can of bug spray. That house he built is covered with fucking mildew and mold. He's got cockroaches all over the place. Then he was complaining because he didn't like in Dumageddon, visiting over Dumageddon. I think that's where he was. CDO, whatever, Dumageddon, I think. Because, there was just too much smoke. People were burning things, and I got to go to America and get myself a respirator. Well, then don't live in the Philippines, man, because you don't have to smoke. It's like you're putting your mouth on an exhaust pipe when you're going to live in the Philippines. That's just the way it is, even on an island. Well, not as bad, of course, because it's an island. Just like I lived in a big island. They get a good wind, it blows all the pollution out to sea. And it works that way on an island, too. But if you got stagnant air, if you have some kind of inversion system happening, it keeps everything low. Like up in Baguio, they get these inversion levels, and you see it. I've seen it in Cebu, in Cologne, when I first came out here. You were actually able to see the pollution at a ground level. So, Scotty's like the prodigal son of who? Look, I'm just talking about Scotty. I don't really care what he does. I don't really care what anybody does. You want to have a harem, you want to make love to other men or whatever you want to do. That's your gig, not mine. Sorry, I don't swing that way. And I'm not a swinger either. No. Don't do that kind of shit. And it's not even about morality either, really. Not really. I just don't do that shit. And then, then you got these guys have fantasies. Let it just be a fantasy. That's it. You want to go have sex with your girlfriend and maybe some other women? Well, what are you introducing into that, too? Where's that other woman been? That other woman. You want to have a three-way? It's always exciting for a guy. Oh, you can think about that while having sex or whatever you want to do, or you're going to do yourself or something, but the reality of that situation is you don't know where that woman's been. You know where your girlfriend's been. She's been with you. But you don't know where that girl comes from. How many guys did she screw? Does she still got some jism in her? Does she got disease? Hell with that shit. Let it be a fantasy, not a reality. That's what I say. It's gross. But that's just me. Do what you want. Grow that stomach, drink all the booze you want. Drink more, I say. Drink more, drink more. Take an aspirin and call me in the morning. Makes it all well. Look at Sneeko. He has to put fucking liquor in his fucking coffee every morning. What does that say? What does that say? Only alcoholics do that. And you see on a lot of TV shows and movies. It's reality, really. Not just actors. You see them on there, the part they're playing in the movie anyway. I'll have a cup of coffee there, Rosie. Give me a black cup of coffee, Rosie. So he takes out a little flask out of his jacket and pours alcohol in it. You can't keep alcohol away from an alcoholic. You can't keep alcohol away from an alcoholic. And then Jimbo has a big surprise. Not only is his liver messed up from his drinking, but the steroid usage after 2 decades. I guarantee you if he dropped dead and they did an autopsy, I've seen a show on this. There's like this mortician, they talk about, they do autopsies for criminal cases and different stuff, They open up a body and what they see, the liver is practically falling apart in their hands. How they lived that long amazes even the morticians. It's that bad. That's some bad stuff. Alcohol is some bad shit. has more direct effect than smoking or anything. Alcohol is direct through your liver, through your kidneys. Live and direct. So that's one thing I'm glad I never got into. How many years? Liquor has not touched my lips in a social situation at all. So I don't go to dance clubs. Back in Seattle, I did. But I already went into that. I didn't drink much, and a lot of times I had a ginger ale or something. Never really liked it. And I don't like feeling out of control either. That's why I never got high on pot and shit. Oh, I've tried it. Yeah, of course. I've gotten stoned on marijuana, but in the past, I didn't like the feeling. But the worst thing I tried was shrooms from Canada, from Vancouver. I went up with some dude to go shrooming. And I was with this wife at the time, and she was a girlfriend at the time, I think. Tried it out. I tried that shit. That was the sorriest thing I ever tried. Other than Mad Dog 2020. Gut rot. See, the high you get on a mushroom, it's a direct poison. It's what it is. It's a poison mushroom is what it is. How it's reacting in your brain. And that high kept on going higher and higher. My head was going to go flying through the roof. It's like, I want to come down off this. I want to come down off this. I want to come down off this. Never did it again. And never would consider doing it again. Yeah, daily glass of red wine is perfectly fine. You're getting resveratrol out of there. You're getting a lot of good antioxidants out of that. You don't even have to do that. You could buy some supplement called resveratrol, and and I got it here. Each tablet or pill form, capsule, I think capsule. It's like getting the nutrients from, believe it or not, like hundreds of glasses of wine in just one. Now, you're not going to get drunk on it. There's no alcohol. But one capsule. One capsule. It's like drinking, I don't know, like 100 bottles of wine. That might be slight exaggeration, but maybe not. The problem is it acts as a thinner. That's why I've not been taking that every day. If you're taking anything that acts like a blood thinner, that's a problem. If you don't want to take it with the what do you call stuff that I stopped taking because of that. I could take resveratrol every other day. What was the other stuff I was taking? Oh, was it kinase? Kinase. Nattokinase. Nattokinase. That actually does work in your arteries. It actually does help unclog. It actually does. Not a statin. However, natural blood thinning things like resveratrol could act as such. And with the K2 and D3, might be a dangerous combination. The one thing you don't want is a free-flowing clot, okay? That could go in your lungs, could go to your brain. That's why I'm very cautious. I haven't touched the nattokinase for a while. It's a good alternative to a statin, but unless you know what shape your arteries are in, I don't recommend it because there are certain things that act as blood thinners, if you're not actually on a prescription blood thinner, that act as blood thinners, and you could unleash a clot that could go free-flowing. And that's why I'm very reluctant to take it's a miracle. It works. It's real. It's not just hearsay. It's the real thing, the real McCoy. It could work. It could replace, statins. Well, for thinning your blood. But you don't want it too thin either because you could bleed. But nattokinase with other blood thinning compounds could be actually dangerous to you. So you have to use it cautiously. Talk to your doctor. I'm not a doctor. But you could take the D3 with K2 every day, but follow it up with some magnesium glycinate. You take the D3 and K2 to make it efficient because you want to direct all the calcium to your bones and everywhere it's needed. So it's not just taking the D3. Don't go over 5,000, was it IUs? No, FUs. I think they measured it in something units, FU. Don't take more than 5,000 FUs of D3 and K2. The K2 is a lower number. I mean, the K2 would be the lower number. It's just stick about 5,000 or less for effectiveness. But you got to follow it up with some magnesium glycinate or magnesium theanoid, which passes the blood barrier, the blood-brain barrier directly. It could help with memory. It could help with a lot of good things. I've got that too. Theonate. Okay. Mick says, I was up in mountains an hour from Madrid where they grow the grapes, and I've seen it firsthand the amount of fertilizer used. So nothing is natural now. Yeah, that's part of the problem. If it's GMO, if it's this or that. And you know what's happening when they use all these pesticides. You know, the bees that make the honey, and the job of the bee. You're killing off bees. And once you get rid of these honeybees, the crops is just not going to grow. They need the pollination. But with all these different chemicals they're using, it's affecting the bee colonies. And some bees that were really worried for a while, a lot of these bees were disappearing. You have to reintroduce more bees. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Everything, it's like a chain reaction with nature, with everything. You screw up something in the oceans, it's going to affect everything else. The whole shall I call it the biosphere, whatever you want to call it, I guess, of everything else. One thing affects another. We're going to have to go Soylent Green eventually. And by the way, the idea of Soylent Green, but not from human bodies, but it could come to that. It very well could. Who says they're not doing it now? Would you believe they actually have a product called Soylent Green, based after the movie? It's kind of I don't know, little advertising little scheme there to get you to buy it or not buy it. You could have things made of plankton and kelp and all that stuff, and it's really good for you. But remember, something's got to have enough protein and other minerals in it, but that has a lot of minerals. If you want to take pill form, you could do that too. I mean, I don't eat seaweed directly, but I suppose if it was incorporated into a pill with kelp and all that shit, yeah, it's one way of eating it. But a lot of Asians, they like to eat the seaweed. A lot of Hawaiians eat it. Japanese love it. Chinese love it. Filipinos eat that too. Yeah, she sometimes uses magic syrup, but I don't want to eat it when she does that. If I see her putting magic syrup in my meal, I'm not going to eat it. She doesn't understand the MSG that's in there, monosodium glutamate. As I said, they don't understand all this stuff. In the Philippines, it's survival. That's what it is. If something tastes good, an additive, they're going to eat it. Don't matter if it's too much salt, too much cholesterol, too much sugar, too much seed oil. They're going to eat it, and they're going to find the cheapest ingredients to make the flavor that they can. Thinking about their diabetes, not thinking about their obesity, not thinking about their heart, and that's why so many are dying. But you cannot change a culture. People have to change themselves with education. And if you don't educate skills from school level, elementary school level and onward, they're not going to learn. If they pushed abstinence in schools, there wouldn't be as many Filipinos that are getting pregnant. You would think the church would promote abstinence, but it's exactly the opposite. The church wants more parishioners to make more money. They say, have all the kids that you want. We love it. They're God's children. Excuse me. Make all the babies that you want. More parishioners in the future. There's always some capitalism involved with something, isn't there? Yeah, taste is the first part. That's why, you ever notice the snacks out here? Whether they're corn chips or whatever they are, they're all spicy. They love spicy. Even the noodles, like ramen or whatever, spicy or barbecue flavor, or that's all you see. They love spicy foods. Don't matter how much salt is in it. They're already having problems with high blood pressure. They don't care. I'm here to eat. I'm here to live to eat, not eat to live. But it's also eat to live too. But in an average Filipino family, and those are usually more educated families, they watch what they eat. Or unfortunately, the better, healthier foods cost more money, unfortunately. And when you sit down to a dinner table in the Philippines, that's what you have for dinner or lunch, whatever it is. That's what you're going to eat, and your kid. If you don't eat it, you go without eating. That's just the way it is. Not just here, Russia, or a lot of different countries. What's in front of you is what your mama or daddy put on that table for you to eat. And if you don't eat it, you're not going to grow, you're going to get sick. Your belly's going to be empty. You got to eat what's on the table. Mick says it's like their mentality when they go to all-you-can-eat buffets. They go hell for leather. For leather. I don't know what you mean, but I know what you mean. No, I was just talking about that yesterday. It's going to a buffet and you just overstuff yourself. Grab. I want to get my money's worth. Grab some more. Some more desserts. More lumpia. More. Then they suffer later on. But you can't tell the culture what to do. You just can't. You can't tell the Indians and living on the Ganges River to clean up their act and shut down the tanneries and stop putting human waste in the river that they bathe and recreate and fish in and wash clothes in. I know to you and me that sounds so bizarro world to do that, but they do it because it's the holiest of rivers, the Ganges. They love and respect the river, but they don't respect it. They pollute it. Okay. There you go. We will never all agree on anything, not even here on YouTube. People outside of YouTube are not going to agree with certain things politically, religiously, socially, morally, ethically. That's what makes us all individuals. We have the freedom to believe in what we want and have the freedom not to believe in something too. We have that right, but it seems even those rights are being taken away because, a religious person who approaches somebody that don't believe in God or Jesus or something, they're going to look at you as a third-class citizen. Like a lot of people don't smoke, look at people who smoke as being third class. Like I gave an example, a sewage system. I gave an example of something. And I said that one time, I said, if you met an absolutely gorgeous woman, I mean, she had it all. She had it going on, you know what I mean? In every way, every curve, beautiful eyes, like cat eyes. Just some fucking magazine that was airbrushed or, well, these days no more airbrushing, but then you meet her. Personality, everything, man. She's hot. Great personality. Then she pulls a cigarette out of her purse. Okay. Here's a spiritual. In all honesty, Are you going to refuse that woman simply because she smoked? Good question. Because, see, you're not a smoker, right? Let's say. But this woman had it all. I mean, personality from here to eternity, the body, everything. Everything going for it. And a woman could have going for it. Even money, whatever, everything. Put it all together. Are you going to refuse to be with that woman simply because she smokes? I mean, you could always step away from her. Maybe she uses mouthwash and she's very good about that. Maybe she's very respectful for people that she smokes around. Do you ever think about that? Are you really going to refuse that absolutely kick-ass, gorgeous woman the truth? And nothing but the truth. Hell no. I'm not going to refuse that shit. Not because I presently do smoke. Because you be lying. You be lying. You be lying. You can get something that hot. Just say, honey, you know, you're going to smoke. You just say, just smoke downwind of me. I appreciate it. Cool. Okay. No problem, honey. That's all. And if a woman is respectable, she's going to, you know, she's going to brush. She's going to mouthwash. She's going to change her clothes. You know, some women don't care, you know. Some are very respectable, like me. But don't tell me you're going to walk away from something like that. I don't think so. But there are women that do. I did meet one in Seattle that I think we would have been good together. Dance club. But then she saw me take out a cigarette, but she was really one of those people who anti-smoking advocates, you know. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's kind of unusual to see somebody have smoke coming out of their mouth like a dragon. But there's some people who actually despise. Does that mean a person's a bad person? That they ain't got this superior personality and everything got going about themselves? The looks, everything else? Goes for men or women. Are you really going to walk away? Now, I'd sooner walk away from a woman who drank than smoked, to be honest with you. Because smoking ain't going to make you act funny or creepy or belligerent or moody or, you know, act like a damn goofball. I'd sooner date a woman who smoked that didn't drink than a woman who drank and didn't smoke. Get my point? Yeah. And who says alcohol smells good either? Yeah, it's a choice you make, man. But I, for one, have never judged a woman. I've dated a few women that smoked. But I wasn't going to throw them to the curbside because they smoked. I see more of the person than what they are if they have a bad habit. Drinking is one I would not put up with, though. But drink every now and then. You go out to the bar, have a drink, get loosened up a little bit. You have to do that? Okay. Okay. I'll accept that. One drink. That's it. Because you don't do it at home. You go out, you want to loosen up a little bit, you have a drink. I don't have anything against that. As far as a partner. If they're getting drunk and they get just goofy and things start to get really ugly, no, man, I wouldn't put up with that. Okay, well, anyway, I think I've been on here long enough. I can hear my generator just purring away. Got until 2 o'clock. Supposedly, it'll go on at 2 o'clock, right? Then it'll go off at 5 for a half hour, for 5:30. It's doing real fine. Generator's purring away. Got my internet, got everything working around here. That's all I expect. But you can make judgment. Listen, you can make judgment on people. Everybody has their own taste and likes. And for example, on the smoking or drinking thing, I mean, it's not like you're making a judgment on somebody. It's what's comfortable for you. You may not like a woman that smokes, okay? You may not like a woman that drinks. It might be vice versa, okay? It's really personal choice, personal space, and stuff like that. Some people might worry about secondhand smoke. Well, if you don't smoke around them, that's respectable. You should do that for someone that don't smoke. Even if they say they don't mind you smoking around them, no, 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 no. No. Fuck that. Try to be, upwind or whatever from where they are. Smoke outside. Sure, a little bit might get in the house, yeah. It's not like smoking around them, which isn't fair. We go on the road, we wait for a jeepney. I'll walk up about 20 feet or so away from her without the wind affecting the smoke that's going to go in her. She knows I do that. She's right here. She knows I'm telling the truth. Of course, you'll smell it on your clothes, but I try to change my clothes. I try to change my t-shirt. I do use mouthwash. I try to be respectable. She don't smoke. She never want to smoke, and she's not a drinker. And thank goodness for that, really. I respect her for that a lot more. I do. Sure, she'd love to see me stop smoking for my own health. But just like I can't force her culture to change in some ways that may be something I don't like about the culture, you're not going to change her culture. She's not going to force me. If I say, buy me a pack while you're out at the store, she will come back with a pack. Not because she's trying to kill me and get rid of me, Dawn. It's because she knows I'm going to buy it anyway. She just saves me the trouble. Mick says, Gilda lives a healthy life. Predominantly, as far as smoking and drinking, I really wish she'd cut down on rice and stuff like that, and bread and...
But Filipinos, rice is life.
Rice is life, she says. You just heard her. She's such a good gal, though. I'm laying, she's doing her thing on the phone right now, and I'm doing my thing on the phone right now, laying next to each other. Not on top of each other, but, And it's so comfortable for both of us to be around each other, It's like, a glove fits right. It either fits or it doesn't, And I enjoy being around her all the time. I like her company. Like I said, I don't agree with everything she says. I don't agree with everything. She don't agree with everything I say, but that's normal. But people try to depict us, although we don't have a good relationship. I don't want to get into that. You obviously know I have a good relationship. I don't even have to talk about that. It's ridiculous to even mention it. Anyway, I hope you guys are having a good day. We have a lovely, predominantly blue sky. We got nice air moving, It's nice. Would have been a good day to walk on the beach. Maybe later in the day we'll decide to take a walk on the beach and have a nice breeze. But no, you're right. I don't go in the water. I generally don't. I used to a bit, not much, but knowing what's in that water, I'm very reluctant. I'm really reluctant. Besides, I got a sore on my leg anyway. Another one. I just happened to hit it against a branch. Here I go again, Gilda. Here I go again, It's still red, but it's been covered with, antibiotic cream and all that stuff, and even some other betadine or whatever it is we had on there. Well, Tavazio claimed he could swim miles and miles in the ocean. He scuba dived, though. I don't even know how he did that. But he made a claim that he could swim for 10 miles on the ocean. I think what he meant was he could float for 10 miles with the tide. Oh, he claimed he was good at everything, man. Well, he doesn't have any worries anymore. Maybe he got wings, or he's either got wings or horns on his head right now. I wonder where he went. Oh, my goodness. Hello, Fazio. Do they have internet where you are? Creep. Believe me, I didn't mourn his passing. I'm sorry if that sounds cold. There's certain people on here I did not mourn their passing, and had every right not to mourn their passing because they were more troubled than they were worth alive, It may sound cruel to some people. It may sound, I'm not empathetic or something, but no, man. The shit they tried to do to me and shit is no loss. They weren't personal friends of mine. They weren't even really acquaintances, not really, I just, you know, off with their heads. The guillotine! The guillotine! He suffered really with life. He had near the end, yet he lived like a third world person, worse than that. I don't know, sometimes it was hard to figure him out. He seemed very intelligent in certain things, though. I mean, he was somewhat of a learned person on many aspects, but he was so stupid in other ways. It wasn't balanced, He didn't have a good balance on intellect and stupidity. But what you don't know, that Fazio tried to make himself so intelligent. What you didn't know is that Fazio would be on his other screen. He'd be reading stuff off Google on the other screen. That's what he'd be doing. I know it is a fact. He'd be reading something from another screen. He didn't have all the information he'd like to share with you. It didn't come out of his head. He didn't ad-lib it like I could do very easily. It's either I know something I don't. I don't have to have a script. Although I had a script a couple of times on here that everybody bought, but we won't go into that. But it's either you know something or you don't. But he always had another screen nearby or his cell, and he would read all this information from there, word for word. He was quite knowledgeable. He talked about snooker. Most Americans wouldn't have a clue. Snooker? I don't even know that. What about a snooker? What's a snooker? I don't even know. Snooker. 7 watching and 7 thumbs up. 9 watching. I had conversations with him many a time about Ronnie O'Sullivan. And I don't even know who Ronnie O'Sullivan is. Maybe I'm not as learned as Fazio is after all, but I don't know anything about snooker or Ronnie O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan was an Irishman, I gather. Oh, it's a billiard game, biggest in the world. Yeah, he used to play these games. That's how he passed his time other than going on YouTube for like 6 to 8 hours. You got to do something in that little shack. I mean, something. Look at this. I got, look how spacious. Look, my goodness, I couldn't live in a little shack like that. I mean, come on. Look all the space I got. I couldn't live like that. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. There's no way in the world. If I had to, I guess I'd have to get used to it. But it certainly, certainly wouldn't be my choice. I can tell you that. Like if I was incarcerated or something, what choice would you have about it? Right? I'm trying to see what I want to have for lunch here. God, everything is just fucking frozen. Chimney. Cricket. And there's something that's nicely processed. Crunchy, spicy chicken poppers by Virginia. Oh my goodness, hopefully it'll... I'm going to take out my Mercado Revilla pushes overnight for social... I don't know what the hell. So, fuck. I might cook some of that up, and whatever I add to it, I add to it. Yeah, I do eat healthy. I do eat healthy, for the most part. I do. You don't have to believe me, but I show you a lot of times what I do eat. Ronnie is from London. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to get this going. What time? You know what fucking time it is? Forgive my language. Okay, to bring the show to an end, let's just talk some logic here. This is about life, it's about YouTube, it's about all that. You deal with what you want to put up with. And some people want to put up with shit and they want to deal with it because they got nothing else going for themselves. Again, it's loneliness that causes people to do certain things, talk a certain way, act a certain way. Because I truly believe that if you are loved in life, then there's no reason for that kind of behavior on here or outside of it. If you have that much bitterness inside you, and it shows with people, it certainly does, there's something that's not right with your brain, or maybe you've been abused, as I said, as a child growing up. Maybe you've been bullied all your life, and it's your way of getting back at people. I don't like the idea that he's living better than me. You know, with a little bit of effort, you could live the way other people live. It's not, there's nothing stopping you except yourself. And all these people, all right, Mix, and all these people said they're living a better life than you. Well, I think you and I know better than that a lot of them really aren't. They really aren't. But I gotta go. It's been fun, as usual. Or, as you know, and you know what I'm talking about, there are repercussions to every single thing that you do. There are. We've seen it. We've seen it. We know as a fact. But don't take my word. Every single thing you do in life, there's going to be a repercussion, good or bad. If you do good, you might get good in your life. You know, a lot of bad shit could happen to you by your own freaking doing, and you blame it on somebody else. Scapegoat, the other guy did it. Hey, interesting study. How about this? Pardon me a second. While we lock up the palace. Lock up the palace, and we're going to talk about tall people. Okay. As you probably figure, it's probably not a good thing. No. Well, it seems that I'm at a doggone great height. Because everything I'm reading here about tall people, they have the biggest problems. Cell replication goes down, heart disease goes up, you're carrying around extra weight, more skeletal problems than most people. So, when you start making fun of shorter people, keep in mind that if you're over 6 foot tall, and the more you're over 6 foot tall, the more and more you're over 6 foot tall, well, let's put it this way, longevity is not on your side. Hate to tell you that. Yeah, there are more heart attacks and other problems, and skeletal problems, muscular problems, knee surgeries, back surgeries, leg surgeries. But the biggest concern, of course, is the heart. And as with all extra tall people, and when they think that height is at their advantage, it really is not. Well, if you want to become a football player, a basketball player, yeah. But generally, and I just kind of came into this on a feed, and they're talking about people with various heights. And it's almost like dogs, smaller dogs, they tend to live a greater, longer life. I don't know about greater, but a longer life. The same thing with humans, that they don't usually make it to a really ripe old age, and does have to do with their height. Now, double the problem, if you're a really tall person, you're really well into your 6 foot area. You're up there, you know. And you also have to be overweight too, would really combine your problems because now it's not just being that tall and carrying that much weight around because of your height. You know, it's the combination of the weight and height is the double issue. Actually puts a lot more strain on your heart. And well, you don't have to smoke. You don't have to do anything. You just be who you are. But generally, statistically speaking, the taller you are, the lesser life you're going to live. Well, we know some tall people out there, don't we? Hey, nobody's going to make fun of my height. Look, man, I made it to 71 already. Okay, I beat the odds. But I have no problem with my height at all. And for what I read, I'm glad to be I'm very comfortable at my height. I don't have a problem with it. At all. I'll live a longer life than most people that are a hell of a lot taller. Now, the way it works, the taller you are, the odds are more against you. All right, 6 foot, you're kind of at a mid-level. You start going to 6'3" to 6'5", you're getting at a much higher level. Anything beyond 6'5", your morbidity, well, you probably have about 10 years of your life taken off you for that height. Actually, do you remember Ted Cassidy? He played Lurch on the Addams Family. He only lived to be 40-something years old. Yeah. He was 6'9", to let you know. Ted Cassidy, the Lurch character. He only died about 40-something years old, very young age. And it has to do with DNA and all that good stuff, and cell replication and all that jazz. So being taller is not necessarily a better thing for you. For all you tall people there that are looking down at and singing that song that short people have no reason to live. Well, tell you what, shorter, I'll use that word, shorter people will live longer than taller people. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Boys, there you go. Oh, and if you've got squinty eyes, for some reason they don't live very long either. I don't know. Go figure. I don't make this stuff up. Oh, am I supposed to continue here? I thought I was done. What'd I do? I came in here for a cup of water. Okay, I told you I read a lot. You wonder what I do with my time. Well, I relate to my partner and family here, and my dogs. I do chores, watch TV, watch movies, do everything most people do. But I read a lot. Actually, no books. I was never a book reader, not really. But we got this convenient thing with the internet. Something in your hand that can give you all this valuable information. And I utilize it. And as such, I learn quite a bit. Maybe even about myself. But we have to change that song around about short people have no reason to live. Well, I'm sorry, hate to put it to you taller guys or extra tall guys, but statistically and scientifically proven, you got about 10 years off your life if you're over, well, put it this way, the taller you are, the less years you live. It's an anatomical thing with the heart. It's a cellular repair thing. It's a DNA thing. It's something that you just can't beat, unfortunately. It's a tough deal. All right, where was I? Before I took my leak. Now, if you notice that larger breed dogs, they don't tend to live much longer than, they live a lot less life actually than these ankle biters. And the larger the breed, unfortunately, we like dogs, we love dogs, but unfortunately, they're not going to be with us as long as you'd like, Tim's beach life. Jim, I think he can leave the Philippines with him. Did I mention Jim? I'll try not to talk about trolls here, but you think that's all I want to talk about is the trolls on here. My goodness, I talk about so many wonderful things. It's not always about trolls. It's kind of if it's shoe fits wear it type thing too. From simple. Okay, what do you say now? Okay. All right, yeah, I got to talk about him. He's out on bail, and I believe will have to serve jail time for Tim. Simple assault case. Well, I don't know. Licky had an assault case with Fazio. He got 4 days in jail, but, probably a little finagling going on with that one. Fazio died, fortunately for him. I think that would have been still going, well, it would have went on longer. It's hard to say, really. I don't know. But he's on police record anyway now, so Licky is, unfortunately for him, he has to keep his nose clean because if he ever wants to come to the Philippines, stay in the Philippines and stay at that cheap complex he's staying at, well, he's going to definitely need to keep his nose clean. I don't know what else to say. Let's see. Is this on? That's on. That's on. That's on. Okay. Okay. It's your job to clean up the place. Ain't my job to clean up anything. Fuck that shit, bro. No, it's not my job to clean up anything. You all gotta be proactive. I'm not your sheriff. I know you want me to be. I do such a good job of it, but no, I'm not an elected official, okay? And I officially don't take that title. I just take care of myself and my own needs, not everybody else's. You gotta do your own work sometimes. Don't depend on somebody else. It's not the way it works. Go to Tasayan. Confront Jimbo. Why? Why should I confront Jimbo? Do I have a reason to confront Jimbo? I don't have any reason to confront Jimbo. He don't give me a hard time. I don't like him. I think he's a jerk, and I think he's terribly unhealthy. I think his liver is shot. I think 20 years of, steroids is going going to kill him. I think he looks 10 years older than his age, but I got no beef with him other than making an opinion. Welcome back. You look like a sumo with that hair tied up like that.
Guys.
Thank you, my boy. Got a little blessing here. It's nice to have a little blessing. Make some phone calls and shut Barry and Shaw up for good. Hey, you don't know what I'm doing. Don't worry about Barry. He's yeah, he's a done deal. You're just trying to talk about this troll shit, aren't you, man? You're baiting me. You're baiting me. Mm-hmm. I know what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing. Vitaly is about to blow the lid of that place once his documentary comes out. Well, I think he's done it already. I mean, seriously. It's kind of funny. The guy is the culprit. The guy is the demon. And now he's trying to make himself the hero. Wow. Is that a made-for-TV movie or something? Look, the guy's a creep. A rich creep. But he's going to make more money now. Why do you think he wants to continue the publicity? All right, 2 reasons. 1, to make money, of course. The more publicity, the more people's going to want to know what's going on with him. He'll get his channel back up, his own. Secondly, of course, you know, he wasn't happy with his living conditions. And I know the living conditions are not good there. He's got a point, but he's upset. He's upset that he had to spend 9 months incarcerated. Okay? Well, if he didn't do the shit he did, then he wouldn't have been incarcerated. Okay? I mean, that's just the way it works. Like Barry. Barry wouldn't still be incarcerated if he stopped continuing to do some of the shit he did and all that. So, I mean, same thing. I don't think he's done anything wrong. Oh, you're one of those guys, huh? So in other words, you appreciate people that are treating Filipinos like shit. Is that what you're basically saying? That maybe you can't get a Filipina. You're one of those guys that has a hard time, so you want to just knock everybody. No, what Vitaly did was not proper. And if you think he was, then you're just as big a creep as he is. Just going to tell you straight up. Straight up. You're as big as a creep as he is, if you believe that shit. Maybe bigger, who knows? That's what I say to that. You can't support that kind of behavior. Nor Slim, either one of them. You can't support that kind of behavior. And why would you support that? I don't know. Okay, and pro-life is completely incorrect. The Philippine wants to act prudent, yet it was just a couple of years ago, their age of consent was 12 years old. For Filipinos, see, this is where you got that wrong. Pardon me. No, this is where you got that wrong. It doesn't apply to foreigners. It applies to Filipino citizens of blood, Filipino blood. That's where you got to do your research. If you don't believe me, go on ChatGPT or some other resource and find out for yourself. I know that is a fact. It does not apply to foreigners. You can't be out screwing girls under a certain age. It's 18 for foreigners. You can't touch a woman. You know, the age of consent is 18 years old. I hate to tell you that, bud, in case you were planning something. Okay, enlighten me. What did he do that was so unforgivable? You talking about Slim or you talking about Vitaly? Which one? I can't answer that unless you tell me who you're talking about. I can't believe you're asking that question either. Oh, I'll enlighten you. Well, if you're talking about Slim, there's a lot more to the story than they put out in the press. He was taking underage girls to the waterfalls. One of them, he got so drunk, she was laying in the waterfall drunk, he took advantage of her. He was always touching young girls. Every time he'd be around a woman, it was always touchy. Even a woman who was pregnant. You don't do that in Philippines culture. He puts his hands on her belly to feel the baby. The culture is not like that. Okay, endangering a child, not putting a car seat in the car. That's a crime. Not caring whether the kid dies or not. You know, in the accidents he gets into. Sticking his stupid selfie stick out the window was more important than the safety of his girlfriend and the baby. For one, the lame comments he makes, calling people monkeys, Filipinos monkeys. And you're going to try to say that's right? You're going to try to say that's right? I do read laws, road laws in the Philippines. Well, it's a point I'm making. He already got into like 3 different fucking accidents. What are you talking about? You know what? You're out of here because it's obviously you're a troll. And if you support people like that, you don't belong on my channel. It's just a waste of my valuable oxygen. I'm sorry. It really is. It's just a waste. It's a total waste of my oxygen. To support that kind of behavior, you're one of these people who probably could do the same thing. That's what I say to that. There's nothing that either one of these guys did that was right. Now you might say, okay, in Vitaly's situation, reporting the conditions in the jails, right? Well, it's always been that way. It's never been a perfect situation in lockup of any sort, detention, jail, prison, whatever. I mean, the Philippines is known for that. It's not new news. And as far as guards taking money off the foreigners or whoever, you don't have to be a foreigner. You could be a local Filipino that has money. And yes, some of them actually do have money. Taking advantage of a situation. That goes on all the time. There's nothing new about that either. So where this guy was coming from here, he has to be just as bad. Just as bad. They're both guilty, okay? They did wrong. And one way or the other, they're paying for it. Slim, I guess, is still in jail in Manila. Maybe he met Barry. Maybe they're good friends. They get along just fine, I think. Just fine. Nobody likes being in detention or prison. It's not my endeavor. And I'll try to make sure that doesn't ever happen. But we are all aware of the situation environmentally, as far as sanitation, hygiene, and being hot and sweaty, unclean, and overcrowded. We all know that already. There's not one person that don't understand that about the penal system, whatever, out here in the Philippines. Okay? It goes without saying. And I don't think it's going to get better no matter what Vitaly wants to expose about it. They're not going to spend the money to fix up the jails. They're not going to make it extra comfortable for the prisons because you're there for a reason. It's not a country club. Are there people in there that maybe did not commit a crime, but they just got pretty much shanghaied? Sure. I'm sure there's lots of people in there that didn't do anything. It's not like your typical scene. I declare I'm innocent. I never committed that crime. It usually comes from those that are guilty that are saying that. But there are innocent people that are locked up, obviously so. Sometimes somebody wants to make an example of you, or you piss some official off or something. That doesn't help. Like Barry, he pissed off not only his own embassy, pissed off immigration and DOJ and the guards and I don't know who he didn't piss off, really. He pissed off everybody. Am I committing a crime in the eyes of Filipino law? I'm not committing any crimes. Are you talking about my immigration status, administrative? That's not my doing. I'm not Barry Jordan. Barry Jordan, for 7 years, did not pay his visa fines and penalties. He hid at his girlfriend's place. Okay? Pardon me. Um, that's a night and day thing. Okay, let's see. Living with a married woman and knowingly committing adultery. Let me tell you something. You're talking about people who are, you call in adulterous relationships, where the woman or man, either one of them, are still married. Well, let me tell you a little bit about that, first of all. It takes the spouse to actually have to put a charge on the other spouse. It doesn't take an outside source. You can't just report somebody to the police and say, oh, they're living in an adulterous relationship. It don't work that way out here. You can't do it. It has to be a report, how educated you are. It has to be an actual report from the spouse of the woman. It's the only person that can report. Other than that, there's nothing anybody can do. If you want to call it an adulteress, it's a word that, I don't know whoever made that up, adulteress. It's a religious thing, really. It's not even a legal thing. It's more, it came from the Vatican at some point, against the laws of God or something or whatever. You don't even need a marriage certificate to be together. It's ridiculous. A piece of paper only binds somebody, if you really think about it. No, the spouse has to be the other one to report it. Well, a lot of what ifs. What if you don't? Well, I'm getting rid of you because you're trying to bait me into a large discussion here. I already told you. If you're in a relationship with a woman who happens to be married, it's the spouse's responsibility. If that relationship with the spouse is not a good relationship, they can easily report you. You'd be right on that. But it has to be through the spouse. Nothing more to say about it. You can't just call up the police and say, hey man, guess what? This guy's living in an adulterous relationship with a married woman. Afraid not. It doesn't work there. Look it up. If you don't believe me, go to Google, go to ChatGPT, whatever, and find it out for yourself. It has to be the other spouse. And if the woman who is married to this man does not have a tumultuous relationship with the ex-partner, husband, whatever, there's no worries. If there's no worries, there's no adultery. Adultery is a word that's really made up by the Catholic Church. Okay? That's where it really comes from. You call it cheating, you could call it whatever you want. Certain countries could maybe chop off your hand, maybe in the Arabic nations, perhaps, I think. They can get away with a lot of shit there. You steal something, they might chop off your hand. There's been cases where Arabic people have actually murdered or chopped off the head of their spouse. Because actually in these Arabic countries, I believe that the man has a lot more say than the woman, actually. Has more clout. In the Philippines, just to set it straight again, in case you missed my point, you could talk about somebody being in a so-called adulterous relationship all you want, but it don't mean a hill of beans in the law system unless the spouse reports and proves evidence and everything else. Okay, end of that story. That's all there is to it. It's not your judgment. And understand something, there's no divorce. in the Philippines. And there's a lot of so-called adulterous relationships out here between Filipinos and foreigners. It's called love. And if they're loving somebody, they still have to go on with their life. And if you can't get the money up as that Filipina to go through years and years of dealing with a lawyer to get an annulment out here, it does cost a lot of money. And if you happen to be on the other end of the stick and you're the guy that is with a married woman, well, what are your values and morals and all that shit? Do you feel, whether you're in a, as you would put it, an illegal relationship, what is your part on that? Maybe you don't believe in marriage. Maybe you've been married before. I have. Maybe you made a promise to myself that I'd rather not be married again. And after trial and error, maybe a lot of women in your life that you thought were great marriage material and they weren't, you just said, fuck it. I don't need to be married again. Not everybody needs to be married unless you're so, gung-ho about getting a 13A or something, okay? But that's not a reason to get married. I'm sorry. That's just not a reason to get married. You don't need a piece of paper to love somebody else. Sorry to tear this guy's little writings up in scraps. I just, their way of thinking is illogical. It's more of with Filipinos especially if the woman is pregnant, she's going to try to force to save face for the family for the daughter to get married. And to get married before the child is born. That's a cultural thing out here. Well, the trolls are just coming out tonight. Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you call the police on this, okay? Why don't you do that? And see what they say. So we got another troll here. I don't know, trolls are coming out late at night. Look, I could call the police on myself right now. Okay? I could call the police on myself. And I could say, oh, hey, I got this kind of relationship thing, Here, arrest me. Did the spouse report this, sir? No, sir. Okay, well, why are we here? You get my point? No, they can't just arrest you. It has to be the spouse, trolls. It has to be the spouse. That's the law. I don't make it up. And there's no divorce. Let me ask you something, folks. You expect a Filipina, because she's still, let's say, legally married to her husband, on paper, not by love, not by caring, not by living together, 15 years, 10 years, 20 years, not with the guy. She has no obligation to him at all. Your life has to go on. And if you're in a situation where you can't get divorced, I mean, your life still has to go on. Your life still has to go on. And you're not going to be there stagnant all your life, and I'm not going to date anybody. That's all bullshit. That's all bullshit. And it's my 13. Okay, there you go. All the information you need. Look it up. In fact, go ahead, go on ChatGPT right now. Oh, God. Trolls just all around tonight. But don't take my word for it, though. Do you think the trolls think they could hold something like that over somebody's head? There's a lot of relationships out here where the woman is actually still married because she can't get a divorce or she can't afford to get a annulment. Okay. And the only reason you want to get an annulment is because you want to marry again. But there are some Filipinos that don't particularly want to get married again. You never thought of that part. They don't all want to get married. And after being married once and it didn't work out, they may decide that that's not for me again. I don't want to have to go through this. I have to go through all this crap to get an annulment and money involved. And then what they try to do, of course, they try to get the foreigner to pay for it. But not all foreigners want to do that. If you're happy who you with, you're happy who you with. You don't need a piece of paper. I mean, that's the way I look at things. I'm too old to give a shit, to tell you the truth. I'm too old to give a shit about nonsense like that. Now, an unfortunate Filipina, if she had left her spouse under less than ideal situations, that could be bad. Boys, the trolls are going on their soccer accounts tonight. Big night for trolls with their soccer accounts. I get them off here and they go into their other soccer account and they come back on here again. Well, that's the rules of the road, as I call it. You don't make the rules. The Philippines makes the rules. No, it has to be the other spouse. And I don't make that up. Because a lot of them don't want to even go through that money. They could use it for vacations. They could use it for a down payment on a house. They can use it for a car, a motorcycle, whatever. Furnishing their house. A lot of people don't want to spend that money. But that's just the way it is out here. Okay, from the Philippines, okay. Well, why don't you tell them Philippines law if you're from the Philippines? And they're talking about adultery. In this country, you can't just report somebody if you think they're in a so-called, quote, adulterous relationship. That it has to be the spouse that has to make an official report on it. So if you are from the Philippines or Filipino, you would know that. I know you're probably a troll, but if you want to answer that, go right ahead. I already know the answer to it. We're talking about it. I'm not breaking any laws. I'm just doing a very truthful show every single day. How many sock accounts do you have? It's one guy. It's one guy into how many sock account names? I get rid of him and he comes back right again into another name. That's rich. You don't give up, do you? What if I was? What if I was? It's the spouse. It's the spouse. That's just the law. If the spouse has a problem with it, then that could be a problem. If the spouse doesn't have any problem with it, he's happy with the status quo, all parties are happy, then happy, happy, happy. No worries. As I said, Filipinos don't want to go to that expense. Hell no. They'd rather just be in a loving relationship and enjoy it. The secret is don't get into any spats with your ex. That's the secret. Because if they wanted to, they could. But by the laws of this country, and they are the laws, you can't just report somebody if you suspect them in a, quote, adulterous relationship. It doesn't work that way. Oh, boy. I am an upstanding, normal expat. You're right. I'll read your comment. Why do you feel the need to literally cover the camera every time you stream am I mentally ill because I cover the screen? No, I get on camera. Not every day. It's just a choice I make. It's like a radio show. Look at it that way. Did I answer your question? Okay, good. No, I go on camera. I'm not like a TV personality, you know. I always wanted to be a movie star, though, but I guess I went in the wrong direction. Someone keeps on giving me smiley faces out here. Well, thank you for that. We got 12 listening, 2 thumbs up, and I guess that's who sent me the smiley face. So I'm waiting for the troll to go under his other sock account. He's been under 3 or 4 sock accounts so far. He must have a few extra in his belt somewhere. I'm getting hearts too. Look at that. Oh my goodness. I would spend the time and worry more about yourself and what you're doing with your life that's good or bad. Don't worry about what other people do. I think that's your problem. Worry about yourself. I needed that. Anyway, I hope I've answered your concerns. Oh, I appreciate the feedback. I do. I really do. I was just giving a guy time to create another sock account or use one of his existing ones. It takes a little while to sometimes get it going. I'm fair about it. I let them have a little time. Short people have no reason to live. But you know what? The funny thing is, that's what I started the show with before I was rudely interrupted by trolls. The taller you are, the less time you have to live. Hate to tell you that, folks. It just happens to be fact. And you should gear your life around your height and your current age. I would suggest that you do your estate planning and will and everything else that you got to get your affairs in order, because that is a fact. If you're one of these great researcher type people, then do the research. You can go to ChatGPT or Google. You can go even further than that. Look up medical statistics and everything else, and you're going to find a lot of information. It's just a fact. It's because your heart is carrying a lot more. There's a lot more strain on your heart. That's why. And then you want to add other factors to it. Are you a really tall person? I mean, well over 6 foot, right? And the higher you are, the more problems you got. It's not just the heart, but we'll get into that. But the taller you are, the more problems you're going to have. You got more stress on the heart. And if you happen to be overweight and tall at the same time, there's even more stress on your heart and your other organs. So then you got problems. But you like to listen, Peter Wilson. You're here listening. If you didn't care about my so-called rants, you would not be here, Peter Wilson. I guess he found another sock account. That's funny when I hear stuff like that. If you don't like what I have to say, and you call it ranting, no one's ranting. just telling the truth, putting out the facts. Call it what you want. If you want to call it ranting, I'll bite, you know. But fact is fact. And you look it up yourself. I mean, I don't make this shit up just to hear it sound like this. Okay? Oh man, it's crazy out here. Holy cow. And it's cool too. Anything else? You're not scoring points here, you know. You realize that, right? I mean, you do realize that. Okay. I don't make up the laws and I don't write them. I don't make them up. I may quote them. Let me say goodnight to my doggies. Boy, her chest is really. Hold on. Something my dog. Boy, she's got some real inflammation here. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just checking on something here, okay?
What?
Turn her over.
I saw.
No, you didn't see anything yet.
No.
Look,
Yeah.
what the hell do I do for that?
I'm scratching my. What's wrong, Ginger?
You give her prednisone, you could get her, but that thing is prednisone. It makes her pant a lot and pee a lot.
What's that?
I know. She knows we're talking about her. I know. You're all inflamed. I know.
You get that. You have or allergy. The one I think.
Benadryl or something?
Benadryl. We give it
I don't know if that'll help that.
to.
Yeah. My dog has all this inflammation on her chest. And I'm going to have to give her Benadryl or something, but I ran out of cortisone cream. That's the worst I've seen in a while, because when she scratches herself, what happens, it makes it worse. And where do I have this Benadryl? Oh, lordy.
Because you have the
Where is it anyway, dear? Yeah, I have to attend to this. My goodness. I feel sorry for her because I can give her prednisone, which I don't have anymore. Well, I have some prednisone for people, but it could be different. I don't want to give her that, you know. But, oh, hell's bells. Well, you know what? I got to attend to my dog. So nice talking to you. And for the troll out there with all the troll accounts, as I always say, nice try, but oh my goodness, how did I get to 19? My goodness. My breaking morning records. Good morning, world. $27. What the fuck? It's got to be passerbys. I don't know. My goodness. Welcome, another morning. Good morning, Philippines. Good morning, Vietnam. No, good morning, Philippines. Here we go. There's my famous 13. Welcome, boys. Okay, all right. Oh, we're exceeding. Oh, my goodness. I guess beggar choosers on here. The chair is the chair. New modern day version of the classic chair. All right. Yeah, I was Oh, I'll mention names. Eric, my boy. Eric. Uh, thing is, Eric, what you like, what did you have, like 12 fucking paragraphs or something in there? About humility? Seriously, man? And the thing with you, Eric, is you don't practice what you preach, man. You just really don't. Oh, you can be good with words. What is it, Harvard? You say you went to Harvard? No, it wasn't Harvard. Where did you claim you went to school? Oh, Stanford. Stanford. Okay. And all these publications you put out, where are they, man? Couldn't look you up. Couldn't find one publication you ever put out on anything. But anyway, it makes you feel good to say this stuff. And the other thing, too, is some of these people that make comments on, like, the copycat channel. Here's the thing. You still watch me. Frank has nothing to say. I got plenty to say. That's why you watch me. 41. Really? Okay. 41. I don't know. I think people sometimes try too hard to try to prove how intellectual they are. What kind of an intellect? I don't know. I'm not selling HVAC shit. Maybe you missed a boat, Eric. I don't know. Maybe you should have been a writer. Maybe you should have been a writer. Anyway, we're not going to rag on you, man. Although it's fun, too. No, except to say, Eric, sometimes you need to practice what you preach, dude. Seriously. Because you really don't. And people see it, too. Okay? You got a past just like anybody else does on here. Okay? Your HVAC equipment does not shine as well as you try to, imply. Needs a little more shining. Anyway, enough for you. I don't know, man. And, at least I practice what I preach. There's the one thing I can say about myself. I do practice what I preach, But I'm not really a preacher, per se, That's not an endeavor to preach. It's just to teach, not to preach. There's a difference. You girls resting? Speaking of my dogs here, you can't find I got a vet that comes over. He's the one thing about vets out here, they're very limited what they do. They're always experimenting on here. Try this for that, and try this for that, and try this for that. Hello, loser. Did you see the post that Bummer made? No, I really didn't. Well, I'm sure he's very upset. How did he make a post? Wait. How did he make a post if they have actually physically taken their phone privileges away? No, I didn't see the post. Hello, Mix. How you doing, man? No, I was just laughing at Eric's, I don't know how many paragraphs, I don't know, he did on his show. The guy that was not going to do any more YouTube. He's talking about humility. Come on, Eric, I could go into like 3 hours talking about humility with you, but, it's not worth it. You got to practice what you preach. That's all I can say. All right, enough on Eric. I just found it kind of funny, I just, of all people preaching goodliness, godliness, and what's right and what's wrong, and everybody knows their own past and all that, You don't have to really. Oh, I need my tea. Anyway, I'm gonna wait on that. I know he's the last guy with humility. I know, but hey, it takes all kinds on here, obviously. What do we got? A new guy out there, Mad Matt or something? That's right. There's always somebody to fill somebody else's slot on here, You get rid of one and. So how is Barry using his phone when they're supposed to be taking the phones away? Loser. No, I didn't see his post on his own show. Yeah. Is he upset? I mean, how was he using his phone if they were supposed to did a sweep and took everybody's phone away? I mean, how's that work? Well, if you want to elaborate a little more, Mr. Loser, that would be nice. I can't go and look at it right now. Yeah. No, I was talking about veterinarians. My dog always has skin irritations. It gets really bad. Try this, try that. Benadryl, try this. A topical lotion, try this, try that. Then her eyes, yeah, put. I don't know. It's just. I love dogs. I love dogs, but when their time comes, no more dogs. It's too emotional to have dogs, and something happens to them when they pass away or something. It's just I've all my life I've had dogs and had to go through all this. No, she's getting a little older. She's very emotional. This dog compared to the other one. All I do is pet her head, and she's moaning, moaning. I'm saying, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Or something. Yeah, dogs get emotional too. Okay, got the hearts coming. The hearts coming. That means you're glad I'm on here. Well, thank you. But one thing I do get a kick out of on here is that the very people that like to highly criticize me are the very people that watch my show. I mean, they have a choice. They don't have to watch or listen, whatever. But they do. I find that funny. Oh, I have no topic matter. Oh, please. I think I have too much topic matter. It's not problematic, but at least I have topic matter. Or to try to say, oh, Mr. Health, but he smokes. Okay. Well, look, I never said it was perfect. Okay. It doesn't mean I don't have any knowledge about health and all that. But I don't drink. Okay. But I don't drink. You know how I feel about drinking. But to each his own. We all got our own vices and so forth and whatever. The funny thing is, despite having one bad habit, I probably outlive all these motherfuckers on here. Okay, you didn't answer my question, Mr. Loser. You asking me if I saw the post that Bummer made. Hope they do take his phone away. So what is he in panic mode or something now? Because about the phones, and how did he even make that post if they were taking phones away? I'm still waiting for you to answer that. Or is that just a passing comment? You came in to make a comment, and I'm asking you questions, and you're not posting. Oh, whatever. Well, Vitaly spoiled it for everybody else, is what happened. Yeah, Vitaly fucked it all up for everybody. But then again, this has been going on for a long time. You'll always get used to your phone. You just got to pay the guard a few bucks. There's nothing new about that. Although the guards now, whoever's replacing the others that got fired or whatever, you know, it might be a period of time where they're going to really be complying with the rules, the guards, but, give it time and give it the need that they have to make a little extra money. It'll be business as usual. I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that. Oh, I see Jimbo had a show this morning. I don't know if he's still alive. He still doesn't know what the hell he's doing. And he's complaining about money. I thought he had all this money. He said he can't afford to pay his lawyer. Wait a minute, this is a guy that's supposed to have all kinds of resources and investments and a big time contractor. I don't you love it? I don't know why people just can't be honest on here. You know, everybody seems to try to build themselves a lot bigger than they are as far as their achievements, accomplishments, or financial status or social status. It's really funny to listen to it when we all know better. You got people preaching about this and that when they really don't practice what they preach. Maybe they don't notice that, but people that listen, I mean, they notice it. I sure do. If something's not worth talking about, I don't talk about it. But if I find something, kind of humorous, yeah, I don't mind talking about it at all, and I do. If it's worth mentioning, or something funny, or something ironic, or something that's really kind of hypocritical, oh, definitely. You got to have some fun with this stuff. So then we got a new character, Mad Matt. Who else? By the way, what the hell is wrong with that guy, Itsy freely? And he's in Thailand too. I don't know the connection between Thailand and the Philippines and why E.T. Freely is so involved with anybody in the Philippines genre. I don't understand what his connection is. Well, same as Don C. He's in Thailand. What's his connection? Is this chick actually Filipino or is she Thai? Or I don't even know. Nor that I care really, but. Oh, Big Ego is paying him to trash me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd say those checks go out, Payroll. Got people on a payroll. Yeah, whatever works. I don't know. If I got something to say, I just come out and say it straight. I don't, there's no way around it. People come up to their own conclusions about other YouTubers on here. I don't have to convince anybody of anything on here. If you listen to their shows and listen to their bullshit, then, you know, you don't need me to tell you because you already know. What's going on otherwise, folks? I don't know. Jimbo, on his live show this morning, he pretty much came out and said that I don't know, his attitude about the law, it's like, fuck them, even his lawyer, I'm not going to pay my lawyer. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to pay my lawyer unless he allows me to make payments. I'm thinking, wait a minute. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. They say one thing and mean another. Jimbo has always tried to come out and make people think that, he has a lot of money and stuff. Well, seeing the places he stayed in Cambodia and otherwise, well, yeah, tells a lot. But then when he makes the statement that he ain't got no money now, he had to put it out on the kids' education for school, and he's not going to pay his lawyer unless to take payments, and then he says fuck him. I don't. It doesn't look a good future for Jimbo. I don't know. I think that legal case that's against him there, I think it's going to turn sour on him. That's what I'm thinking. What's that? Makes sense. He goes over to Kuala Lumpur to pay him every so often. Oh, that's right. He freely is in Malaysia, not Thailand. That's right. And what's wrong with that guy anyway? I don't know. He's on the same level as Licky or something. I don't know. No, maybe more so. So he's always battling it out with Princess Anne. What's going on with him and Princess Anne all the time? He is a nasty person. That Malaysian Frank, keyboard warrior. Yeah, he does it for money, as he's basically homeless. Well, he's broadcasting from somewhere. He's got a shelter somewhere. Or maybe he's in one of those sanatoriums or whatever you call them, psychological facilities, and they allow him phones there? I don't know. Like I said, it takes all kinds on here. It's my famous 13. I love it. I love it. He does it for money. He's basically homeless. Okay, well, I don't know that. I don't know much about the guy except that he's pretty whacked out mentally. He lives on fish from the pond he has there. Where do you know all this stuff? Where do you come up with this stuff? Told you, we have characters on here, don't we? There's that one person on here that's pretty well known or is trying to be controversial one way or another, or judgmental or whatever, that don't have 1,000 skeletons in their closet. I mean, the closet door is like bursting at the seams. Oh, he likes to trash you too, huh? What is he, like, gay? He's supposed to be a gay guy or something? I don't know if there's such thing as looking gay, but I guess there is. He does look gay to me. Oh, no, I can't say it on here, though. I could see the connection with him and somebody else. All right, I'm not going to say anything more. Why they're so friendly. Okay. I'm going to refrain from saying what I wanted to say. Now I see the connection. All right. Now I understand. Read my mind. You'd be surprised what's going on out there, folks. You don't know it's some people on here. You'd be shocked, or maybe you wouldn't be shocked. I don't know. There's a lot going on behind the scenes with some of these people. A whole lot. He doesn't even have a kettle in his place. He does it for money from big man. You know, why hire out people to do your dirty work, man? Oh, that's the whole point. They want to let somebody else do their dirty work. Ah, there you go. There you go. Because they don't want to get in trouble. So hey, I'll send you some donations here and there. Do me a favor, talk about this guy or attack this guy. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. But I don't know who came on here. Mr. Loser came on here, made a statement that Barry made a comment on his show or posted something about the cell phone use. I guess he's upset about it. But he never came back to, when I asked him a further question on that, to elaborate on it. Like, okay, well, if they took all the phones from people, how did he get on a phone and get on his show to make a comment? Mick says, Big Ego knows I'd have him in jail if he said the stuff Malaysian says. He is sneaky. They're all sneaky. They do everything behind the scenes, okay? They're afraid to do it publicly. They just do everything behind the scenes. Or let somebody else do the dirty work. Well, there's a lot of people that should be in jail out there, okay? Seriously, in this country, some of the foreigners that post, there's a lot of them that should be in jail. Off topic for a second. This Trump shit that's going on, man. What does it take to get the fucking guy impeached? Jesus Christ. And that Noem lady, that Noel or Noem, boy, what a Karen she is, man. She is sucking Trump's dick big time, man. I'm telling you. All his minions out there that are dependent on their job unless they comply with Trump's politics. Talk about some ass kissing and dick sucking, boy. What's going on in the Senate and the Congress and the Secretary of State? What's her name? Noem? Noem or something. What a bitch that chick is, man. Wow. And the press secretary. Well, I hope they all go down and they go down big time. As I said, there's an independent news station I listen to, but they give out some really good information. Everything's about Trump, the whole show, really, and his administration. But the problem is, again, I hate clickbait. I really do. But his whole show is clickbait. He's on every day numerous times. He's wealthy from his show. You know, him and his two brothers, this guy's called Midas Touch. And him and his two brothers. And he was like a lawyer too. Yeah, like net worth of over $20 million from their show. Unbelievable. But the problem is that everything is breaking news. Breaking news. And all they're doing is just repeating something they said earlier, or, and, you know, it's a typical clickbait thing. We see it right here on YouTube. And breaking news. And it's nothing breaking news. It's just kind of rehashing some stuff that just previously happened. But that's the key to the trade, you know. Huh? Mix. Straighten out what you said there. I don't understand what you said. Dat are you bio and heg sets are filled. Huh? You want to restructure that? Try rewriting that. I don't understand anything you just said on there. Oh, Marco Rubio and Pete. Yeah. Fucking Rubio, man. Yeah, I've been following this. I normally do. This is not me. I'm not into politics at all. And you probably know that. You've been listening to me for a while. But with all this shit going on in the country and Trump and his mental illness, and they're predicting his death in 2026. He's thinking that he's got a lot more going on that he wants to let off to the public. And this is why I believe, and I think a lot of other people believe, that have been following Trump and the commenter, you know, the independent news stations and so forth that have been posting about him on a multiple daily basis. He's hiding something with his health. I think he knows it. And what I think he's doing, he's trying to get back at everybody and everything down to a molecule that has ever dared to challenge his thoughts, his politics, his position. Anybody who's fought against him, even in his own cabinet. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I think he's trying to go out with a big bang. You know, a little kid, you know, that doesn't get his toy, you take it away from him, and he just falls apart. Falls apart. You wrote it that way. It's hard to get through stuff due to YouTube. Still don't understand you. Okay, I don't know what you're saying. Well, you know, get him out of office, whatever you need to do to get the guy out, and let's get it over with. But then again, you know, that means that his vice president has to move up into his position, right? Ain't that the way it works? Correct me if I'm, wrong. And he's no better. He's following Trump's policy and kicking his ass too. He's kissing his ass too. But that one chick, though, Noam, what is she, the secretary? What is she, the Secretary of State? Is that her position? I believe so. What a bitch. Oh my God. Then what's her name? That blonde chick who's the press secretary. Both of them. Well, I thought he turned 80 by now. When's his birthday? 8? Yeah. Well, he could still be 79 and be perfectly healthy and mentally competent, but he's not. 79 is not a death sentence, but I just think he's got things going on with him. Yeah, I'm very familiar with his age. The blonde chick is putting on the pounds. She is married to a man half her age. Really? What about June 14th, Bill Meyer? Oh, his birthday. Okay. I don't know. I find them to be repulsive, and I don't necessarily mean by looks. I think their whole character, their ass kissing. And then, here's the thing, too. They're developing their own reputation. So his press secretary and the Secretary of State, whatever, these two chicks, they're hated by so many people. And, oh my God, the blatant lies. For example, oh no, that the ICE Gestapo was doing things that they had a right to do to take away people's freedom, and they weren't doing anything. They're killing people on the street. And she has a whole new, her whole, and by the way, it was funny because the press secretaries are reading one script as another proponent of Trump was reading another. It was the same exact thing. They script everything out. And I was funny. I saw that the other day. They did a comparison. They showed them both on screen, kind of a simulcasting thing. It's funny as shit, really. And, they're going to leave office being like the most hated fucking people in the world. Then they got to live their life. Let's say they just, get ousted out of their position or they're forced to resign, right? They're not going to be loved by many, let's put it that way. They're not going to be loved by many. Imagine a guy that's married to these chicks. But here's the thing, too. I don't think they necessarily believe in what they preach. They have to kiss Trump's ass or they lose their job. They're making good money, you gotta understand. They're making good money. And they have to stick to the Republican way of thinking and support the president. They've seen the videos. They've seen the people getting killed and everything. How could they deny that? But they do. But they do. They deny you put it in front of him, and I didn't see that. He had a gun in his hand. No, he had a cell phone in his hand. And then, people's amendment rights that, if you got a permit for a gun, but then where's the gun? Then the gun disappeared too, they said. The gun. Yeah, the gun disappeared. The gun disappeared. I don't know if you knew that or not. I don't know what that has to do with one thing or another, but my understanding, they're violating everybody's constitutional rights. Everybody's. Trump has some cheek to lecture Iran and then promote ICE. Yeah, I know. And look, we could talk about Trump all day and night, but the thing is, the guy is mentally ill. He's incompetent as a president. He's not a good example of a human in any respect at all. He's deranged. He lost his mind. But I still stick to my theory that Trump knows very well, and he didn't get these MRIs for nothing. And the bruises on their hand is actually from having as injection sites or for IVs and stuff like that. I think he knows he's on his way out. The thing is, how does Melania, how does she put up with him? Well, there's something in it for her, money. She's rich on her own now from him. But imagine her have to live with him and she has to go along with everything he says just to keep face for him. And see what I mean? You can have all the money. Great point. You can have all the money in the world, but it doesn't mean you're fucking happy. I mean, look how bitter Trump is. And, Popeye's a good example. His life is all fucked up. Look how bitter he is. There's a point being made here. They're not happy with all that money. They're living just for their power and money. But comes time for their time to come, they're going to go out as the most hated fucking people on the fucking planet. Well, anybody who follows Trump's policies is mentally ill. Let's just call a spade, They're all the politicians are kissing each other's asses left and right. It's hilarious and sickening at the same time to listen to this. And for Noam, that Noam chick, the lies that were coming out of her mouth, that everything the ICE agents did were justified. How far from the truth is that? Fucking A, man. So you're willing to be a lie, all for money and power and their own power. They're willing to say all this crap to satisfy Trump. I think they're making a little more money on the side than they get on their regular job. I think, Trump is paying them a little extra money for retirement. You know what I mean? Yeah. To say these things and to support his politics. Of course. And he's got enough money to go. There's no question about that. You'll find a lot of people that have no meaning in life make money and power their God. I have to say, big man and big fish fall in this bracket. Well, look, they may not have as much as you think they have. And that's irrelevant to me. It's irrelevant. I base people on character, not their pocketbook, If you don't have character, you have no character. They got to live with themselves. I don't have to live with them. Money don't mean shit. But there's a problem when you do got money. Because somebody's always out there to want to take it away from you. Right? Am I right or wrong? There's always somebody that's out there and you treat them the wrong way and they're out to take your money. So you become, in a sense, enslaved to other people in your life. And you gotta watch what you say because they will be on the take. They're waiting for one right moment to lay it on them. I know how this shit works, man. I've been around a while. And I know exactly what's going on with some of these people. Believe me, I do. I do. The best way to take people is at face value, not what gossip says. Let me ask you a question, straight up. Do I not talk the truth on my show? Is my information, yes or no, either based on fact, or am I making all this shit up on my show just to get attention? I don't need attention that bad. Okay. The stuff that I talk about on my show, where do I get it from? Do I make this shit up in my head? Or is it from the things I hear, see, and the things that you hear and see? That's why I follow you, because you are factually right. I mean, there's really no reason to make this shit up. Look, you could call somebody, as an example, you could call somebody every name in a book. Does that mean it's really true about them? No, it's just coming out of their mouth. And they want to reinforce their dislike for you by having others to feel the same way. Because they're not succeeding any other way, you see. Everybody needs an army behind them to reinforce them, right? Isn't that the way it works? You can't have one soldier go out there in a field and expect to conquer the enemy with one rifle, right? So you got to get people to kind of follow your little philosophy and hate and, like spread the good word, you know? That's how they, if you want to call it getting even, that's their way of what you might call getting even with somebody. And a lot of times they do it behind the scenes like cowards too. Junebug says, what? Are the ones who cam this morning still have COVID? What are you talking about? Who is camming? You mean on camera? And then you're talking about COVID? Man, you're out in left field not coming in for the ball. I don't understand what you're saying. Why do people talk so cryptic on here? It's not me. I can't comprehend what they're saying. I just don't. I don't know what you're talking about. Are the ones who cam this morning still have COVID? What are you talking about? I have no clue. I get a lot of that on my show. I don't know why, but I do. People are saying things that make no sense at all. I'm getting all the smiley faces and cones and everything this morning. Wow. Got 20 out there. Okay. Ginger. Just making my tea. Just making my tea. Immune system support formula. I should be giving her this. Oh. Pardon me, I'm just putting my tea together. Okay, hold on, boys and girls. Wow, I'm getting cones. I'm getting all kinds of stuff on here. Hearts, cones, 100s. I'm using the rest of my honey, whatever's left. Okay, I'll get to reading comments in a second here. Okay. I'll be straight with you, Frank. I don't think the big ego will ever set foot on PI soil. Again, he knows it's too risky. One, being the family of wife. Two, Philippines law has got him big time. Well, it might be something to that. You just gotta understand another thing too. I don't really give a shit about Big E or these people. I really don't. I mean, I honestly don't. I'm living my life. Let them live theirs. But their so-called busy lives, they sure make time to criticize everybody else. Oh, they got the time for that. And what is he doing anyway? He's supposed to be writing his 30th book, right? His 30th book? Is that what it is? His 30th book? I've never seen one of them. What is it? How to put a HEPA filter? It's got to be stage 13 model. It has to be a 13 model. I don't know. I wouldn't want a job really. Have to be a salesperson. I'm a person in that respect. I mean, the benefits are good if you get to travel and all that stuff, but you got to stand in front of people trying to convince people that you got the best product in the world, but I'm sure there are better products out there, you know. Throwing some fucking sales pitch. Charlatan is the word quite apt for him. Okay. Jumbo says, Trump's coming. Where is he coming? Where is he coming? No, he's going. Trump's going. You got it wrong. Trump's going. Why did their bathroom always smell of urine? Do they piss on the floor or they piss in the fucking toilet? I don't think these kids are aiming straight. Every time I walk by their CR door, I mean, I'm smelling fucking urine. I don't think they're hitting their mark in the toilet or something. Charlatan, okay. Why do kids' bathroom always smell pissy? I'm joking about it, saying, are they missing their mark or something? But no, when I pass...
Also there, Alan,
And no, I think it's from you wiping your little lookie after you go pee and you put it in the basket rather than flushing it. That's what I think. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, we're running out of this stuff here. But I see that you guys get a real charge out of talking about these particular people. Is there a reason for that, or is just something to talk about, or do you really believe, you know, what you say is factual? And I don't mind discussing people on here, but I don't want to make a full-time career of it. That's why at least all my viewers or listeners, whatever, a few other things to listen to other than just spending a whole show on one person. Because if you're doing that, you're doing the same thing that they're doing, you know. You don't want to go down to their level, you know. Look, the fact is, if you've been on YouTube for a while, you get to know all the players. And because you know all the players, you know what they're all about. Need I say more? Really? You know their tactics. You know a lot of them are fucking deviants. A lot of them have more time on their hands than they want to admit. It's really elementary. All you got to do is listen and learn. And people pick up things about people all the time. Just listen. Like I always say, the hypocrisy is deafening. Religious people that don't practice and yet they'll preach, but they'll do things against, you know, the guidance of their God. They'll even go out around a campfire and sing Kumbaya. But they don't practice what they preach. They're doing things that, you know, all kinds of debauchery, and there's swingers and going for, you know, same-sex, multiple partners. And people who are engaged in that kind of shit, man, I don't know. I don't think they could preach the word of God or have any right to criticize anybody else when you got a really sick, deviant lifestyle. If that applies to anyone, if the shoe fits, you know. Hey, I'm just a one-woman man, that's it, you know. I don't need more than one woman. And I also enjoy the opposite sex. I'm not interested in men, I'll tell you that much. Never was, never will be, never have. I don't swing that way. But some people, anything goes. We call it different names. Swingers, orgies, whatever. Never was into anything like that. I nearly had a three-way once, but it really didn't happen. But, you know, it was with two women. It wasn't with, another man in a formula, in my life. I never done anything like that. Nor have I ever wanted to. Nor did I have a need. Too early, girls. Too early to eat. Too early. And it's like I actually do have two children here besides hers. I mean, got to take care of my dogs. They need to lose weight, though. The problem is, even we cut down on their food because they're not really active. Yeah, they could definitely lose a few pounds, that's for sure. Then you got to worry about them when they're not feeling good or something's going on with them. It's quite a challenge. It really is. But I've gone through this for all of my life. I've had dogs, and they don't live as long as humans, and they have some special needs like any other children do. They could develop an illness or terrible skin rashes and whatever. In her case, dry eye syndrome, and I got to give her medicine for that. And then she breaks out with, because she's scratching all the time, she makes it worse. If I showed you her chest, how red it is. That's why last night I gave her Benadryl, but really supposed to be about 25 milligrams. I gave her 50 for weight. I didn't realize it doesn't harm her, but preferably goes by weight. You want to give it 25. If it's under 50 pounds, 25 milligrams. It helps a little bit, but I try these topical lotions and stuff. But like I said, the veterinarians, I don't know, man. Out here, they're very limited in their knowledge. It's like they're always expelled. Try this stuff, try this, try that, and they're expensive too. Oh yeah, give her prednisone. Yeah, that helps. But unfortunately, it creates an insatiable thirst. They're going to pee a lot in the middle of the night, and it's not good. So then you go to this other medicine, which I have to get, which is, what's the name of it? It's a lot safer to take. That'll help with the skin inflammation and all that stuff. That has less side effects. And it's a challenge. It really is a challenge having dogs. It really is. As I said, I've had them all my life. I've had dogs all my life. I love dogs. And yeah, I do feel bad. I almost wish I had a lot of prednisone or something, or to give dogs on the street or something, but that's just expensive. Do you know how many dogs are in this town alone? Never mind a big city of Cebu or something, or Manila. I mean, there's so many dogs in this town. And it's horrible, do you feel you can't do anything for them? They lose all their hair with mange, and some of it has to do with mites. And no, what is the other one? Actually, that's actually more mange is actually caused by, what the hell was that? God, I forgot what it was. Yeah, I see these dogs in really bad shape with eye irritations, bones showing, pink skin, losing hair. It's horrible to see this, but unfortunately, if you're going to live in the Philippines, you're going to see this every single day. There's not a day that's going to go by you're not going to see some animal that really has some need. But like I said, you can't save the world. You can be compassionate and pick and choose and help an animal out, at least feed it, at least have food for the day. I got a guy next door that lives next door, and there's a couple of dogs that always hang around his place because the owner, who lived out back, abandoned his place because he owed people a lot of money or something. He skipped out of the country or somewhere, I don't know. Just left the dogs. In fact, he hit the dog on the head once, had neurological problems. I don't know what happened. This kind of white, tannish dog that comes by. One of them is really old. And bad enough, my neighbor accidentally kind of messed up one of his legs with his electric bike. He limps on there. Now, he has a little bit of trouble with his other leg because some asshole water delivery guy, dog is just laying there like you don't see him. I think he ran over his toes, one of his other legs. And I'm saying, Jesus Christ, man. When it rains, it pours, This poor dog. That dog that Scotty filmed yesterday looked in dire need. Oh, I've seen worse. No, you said that he couldn't eat, but that's not always the case. Some people feed him rice. When you go to feed him an actual dog food or something, they don't know what it is and they actually refuse it, because that's happened to me. In the past, where I've actually bought dog food, I went around town trying to feed some hungry dogs, and they didn't want it. And I'm thinking, fuck, you're starving. You mean you're not going to eat this? I know it sounds strange, but I know one guy who used to have his dog. I don't know if he's still around, the guy or the dog, and used to have him ride with him all the time. I happened to have some dog food with me or something, give him as a treat. The dog didn't even want it. He goes, no, he don't eat dog food. I said, what does he eat? The guy goes, he eats rice. I'm thinking, eats rice? Well, a dog needs protein. A dog needs more than rice. I don't get it. Look, as I said, there are cultural differences out here, and not everybody agrees with some aspects of the culture, but it is what it is. It's something you have to accept, and, they're doing things their way and the way they've always done it all their life, and you're just not going to change people like that. Yeah, it seems to be a lot of lack of vets in PI. It's shocking how they treat dogs and cats. Well, here's the thing. It's just like now doctors are becoming more consultants than actually, fixing wounds and stuff like that. They're not performing operations. Now, these days, but that's, past 40 years, it's changed over big time where, doctors used to perform operations and shit. Now, they've separated them into classifications as, as specialists. Okay, so regular veterinarians, a lot of them don't get involved with anything. They might be able to, put a cast or so. I don't know if you can do that on a broken leg or something, but they don't, as far as dogs or veterinarians, but doctors are now becoming, it's easier for them just to be a consultant and write prescriptions. That's all the doctors I go to here locally, that's all they do, they're consultants. And anything beyond their capacity, they're going to tell you to go see a specialist. It never used to be that way. Growing up, the doctors that I knew of, they actually performed operations. Well, it seems that Popeye's getting so desperate now he's resorting to playing some very old videos. I guess he ran out of material. But knowing how sensitive Popeye is, I must have hit a nerve with him, because the one thing we all learned about old Poopsie Boy, he's very sensitive. He doesn't like anybody talking about him or his family, but it's okay for him to dish it out. But now, well, he's kind of got to such a desperate level these days that now he's just going through his little magic bag of old videos and trying to retrieve what he can to continually try to make me look bad. Well, look, there is no comparative lifestyle at all. It's night and day with me and Poops. But how do you know when I, hit a nerve with him? Well, he'll start putting on more stuff and he'll go through his old files. His PETA files. He'll go through his old files and try to dig up some dirt, but unfortunately he just is not succeeding in finding any new material. Like his little skits he makes all the time is always a compilation of old videos and so forth, because there's been really nothing new for him to talk about in regards to me. Well, something we're used to with him. I guess it's getting pretty bad for him the older he gets. Boy, he's madder than a hornet. And he's awfully sensitive. And how do you know when you hit a nerve with him? Well, it's real easy. He'll start putting on new skits again, or he'll bring up an old video or something. It's just fucking pathetic. It's just pathetic. Oh, I guess Scotty Boy's my competition this morning. The Barry Vitaly connection. What are you girls doing there? Come. Well, it kind of seems that Barry's a little bit upset. He's caught between a rock and a hard place. I might as well continue. Well, here's that Barry is not happy about the cell phone situation at all. On one hand, Vitaly did him an injustice. On the other hand, he's happy that Vitaly is, well, okay, it works like this. Barry's in such a situation that although his privileges are being taken away from cell phone privileges because of Vitaly, at the same time he's rejoicing that Vitaly is attacking immigration and the officers. Yeah, like I said, it's like being stuck between a rock and a hard place. You know, where's the middle ground on this? So Barry's not really happy about the cell phone usage situation, but yet he still managed to get a comment in yesterday. Amazing how things work there. But Vitaly causing all kinds of black eyes and stuff for, well, the immigration officers, the guards and so forth, officials. And Barry's extraordinarily happy about that Vitaly is giving that proverbial black eye to immigration officials. Because obviously he doesn't like being in there. I totally understand it. It's not a place I have any endeavors to be. Certainly if I could help it, and nobody else. I understand. However, Barry created a situation where it's Vitaly, so Vitaly figures that, well, it's the same old shit on here. Let's get even with somebody. That's what Vitaly is doing. So is he doing good for the other prisoners? Okay, I would have to say, yeah. Hold on, I gotta contact my vet here. I don't know if you could actually see this going on the screen. I don't know. Okay, there we go. All right, where was I? My veterinarian. So it's kind of an interesting situation. Now, here's the way it usually works. Yeah, heads are going to go down. Your heads are going to be chopped off in immigration. And black eyes and bruises and all that stuff. And the immigration is getting a black eye from Vitaly, okay? But if you know the way the system usually works, is that, yeah, these people will be fired or placed on administrative leave or something. They're great with administrative stuff, I'll tell you that. They're wonderful with administrative stuff. I'll definitely tell you that. Believe me, if anybody knows, I know. But there's always going to be a crooked guard somewhere that's out for the money. They figure I'll take a chance. But the problem is with that is that there's going to be more eyes on the guards and other officials these days. So that's like a big break for Barry because, you know, and a big kudos, you know, for Vitaly, because Vitaly wasn't happy being there either. But Barry's had 3 years experience where Vitaly's had 9 months, okay? Neither one of them was happy. And Barry especially is still not happy. Because Barry's time behind the bars is, it's indefinite, you know. You know, you don't pay the piper. I mean, this is what happens, you know. He's not going to play. So it's kind of an indefinite situation for Barry. Now, Vitaly got out of there, and we know how he did that. So now he figures it's his turn to blast the system. However, there's not always a rainbow at the end because the officials are actually working on extraditing him. if they could find him. It's like the movie Catch Me If You Can. So he can play that game. So he will definitely stay in the United States. It's just that he's not going to disclose his location to anybody. Of course not. He'll be on the run. But there's always information that leaks out somewhere. That's the problem with all this. People like Barry, we know how he went into hiding in regards to his immigration shit a long time ago, right? But he got found, right? And he got prosecuted. Well, it's the same thing with Vitaly. You're always going to make a mistake of where you are. Or someone who's highly technically a brainchild, can zoom in on where he is. Some people have that capability. I just don't think it's going to end real well for Vitaly. I just don't have that feeling. Because now, he's got a lot of anger. And then you have some people that actually support Vitaly. Oh, I don't think what he did was wrong. I'm not sure how you could say that. How he made fun of Filipinos and what he did. And they take it very seriously. A lot of Filipinos can't stand that guy. And although we know he's probably never going to be able to make it back in the Philippines again, it's probably for the best for him. Because I don't think his stay in the Philippines would actually be anything pleasant. And because of all the publicity he's got, which he loves, and what he wants, for various purposes, I think if he was back in the Philippines, his life would be in danger because everybody knows what he looks like. Do you remember back in the days when, what's his name? That goofy, not Sentai, but what's his freaking name? Jewish boy. God, I haven't listened to him such a long time because he hasn't been on. I forgot his name. You know what I'm talking about. He got so popular in Angeles City that it kind of became a little scary for him because everybody knew his face. People would be coming up to him like he's a rock star. And that became a problem. But imagine the publicity that someone like Vitaly has. And if he was able to get back in the Philippines, it probably wouldn't be a great thing for him. In fact, his life might actually be in danger. So you got two people. You got Barry and you got Vitaly. They're both upset about what happened to them. Of course, both self-inflicted. Both of them self-inflicted. Now, Barry has gotten away with the guards for using his cell phone. And if they really stick to their guns, they're going to really not give him any more access. Because normally I think they were allowed an hour per day, but that was for reasons not for putting on a show or commenting on YouTube. It was to keep in touch with your counsel and family, but he has no family that wants to talk to him. So he'd utilize his time catching up on what's going on YouTube and who's talking about him and so forth and so on. But when you take that privilege away from Barry, he's lost. And I understand it. That's your communication with the world, but, that's what in part got him in trouble in the first place and cyber libel charges on him. And he refused to get off and stop what he was doing, so it's all self-inflicted. Don't take much brain matter to figure that out. But he's not happy with the situation. I don't know what he does with his time there, really. Does he work out? They have equipment there. Is he doing something positive for himself? Is he exercising? Doubt it. Well, he says he has a bad back. Yeah, it didn't stop him driving 100 miles on a motorcycle. Okay, I won't even get into that. Bad back, my ass. He's got a bad mouth, but there's nothing wrong with his back. He could go balance some chick on his hip, fucking her on his hip, on a fucking YouTube. If you remember back then, there's nothing wrong with his back. And riding a motorcycle, you're always slightly bent over. Believe me, I couldn't do that with my back. And if he claims he has a bad back, no. He wouldn't be able to ride his motor scooter. So he's upset. I mean, he's raging upset, I think, Barry. But on the other hand, he's like smiling because now Vitaly is his hero. Now, which is kind of strange. Because Vitaly is his hero, but for mouthing off against the immigration people, which Barry did all the time. That didn't help his situation out with the immigration people at all. Not at all. But he's happy that Vitaly is lashing out. Makes him feel good because he's not happy where he is. I understand. I understand he's not happy where he is. Well, oh well. He paid the price of your actions. What can I tell you, man? But that he doesn't know what's going on YouTube, and he's going to be in a position where they were talking about landlines, that they're only going to be able to do a landline call, limited call, but they might have even took that privileges away. So that would be hard. Yeah, I admit that would be hard. Your loved ones don't know what's going on with you, but he don't have any loved ones, so it don't matter in his situation. So, not missing out on anything except wanting to know the latest and the greatest going on YouTube. That's what's happening with Barry, right, as we speak. Oh, he's pissed. But at the same time, he's honoring, more to come. He's saying more to come. Because, Vitaly's working on this so-called documentary to expose the Board of Immigration. Well, the thing is with that, I know that the conditions are terrible there and all that. But the thing with this is that the more he pisses off immigration, it'll work against him because they will find legal avenues to extradite him. And if they extradite him back to the Philippines, he's not going anywhere for a long period of time. They'll go in their magic bag of tricks and find every law, every statute, everything that will keep that guy in prison for a very, very long time. Humble says Barry should learn humility. Are you kidding? He'll have to take lessons from Big Ego. Big Ego will teach you about humility. There you go. He'll teach you. He'll teach you. He knows all about humility, right? Guys, I think I am going to be winding down on YouTube here after this broadcast. I think I really am. Unless there's some special announcement I have to make. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the pinch. I'm kind of feeling the boredom blood going through my veins. And it's not too much fun anymore where we'll put it like this. I could do very informative shows, and I think some people learn from it, but I think also there's just looking for the drama. And I think we got so much drama on YouTube, it's in excess. And I realize my viewers like to hear about Barry, like I'm talking about now, and Vitaly and all that stuff. I get it. I really actually do. Because a lot of people don't have a lot to talk about. I mean, that's never been my problem, obviously. I don't have that problem for topic matter, and I could, on a second's notice, boom, come up with an instant topic. I'm able to do that. Not many people can. So it means my mind is actually working after all. Yeah. But I'm not going to say that I could imagine what Barry's going through where he's at. Does that mean that I have to feel sympathy for him or anything like that? No, it doesn't mean that at all. He's in there for a reason. And if I didn't want to act upon the situation, I would not have done that if I didn't feel it was necessary. He's paying the price for his mouth is what he's doing because he can't shut it. And even when he gets out, whenever that might be, this right now it's like, I don't know if it's in perpetuity or whatever really right now. If it's perpetual imprisonment, I don't know. He has not been able to pay the piper, the court and myself. He has not been able to raise money for his immigration overstay of 7+ years, whatever it's been, fines and penalties. That's a lot of money after 7 years. And I'm not sure how that works. Does his time that he still hasn't paid this add up? For example, if he's been incarcerated for 3 years, okay, does that go into the formula? Is that an extra 3 years? So it'll be like 10 years that he hasn't paid anything to immigration. Does it work that way? I'm not really sure about that. Somebody might know. Well, I could always look it up. That doesn't take much. Good old Chat GPT has been a big help to me, I'll tell you that. And other sources. But yeah, I think I got to start winding down on this thing and actually mean it because it's really taken up too much of my time, I've noticed. I haven't had a lot going on lately here, so I don't mind. I haven't really minded coming on here and rapping a bit about a few things going on, but I think people have it's the same expectations people have. They want to talk about the creeps on here. And I mean, what hasn't been talked about already? I think most people on here already have a pretty definitive, idea of the players on here. I mean, how could they not? I think that's impossible not to. So it has to do with wasting oxygen on all this shit. If anything's going to be coming to these people, then it will come. It's. I don't know, call it faith, call it karma. I don't give a fuck what you call it. The more they do shitty things, the more things gather on them, evidence, everything else, and their time will come. You know, their time will come. Sometimes you don't have to do anything. Sometimes you don't have to say anything. Just let them continue on what they do, and you don't know who's behind the scenes out there either that's reporting these folks. You really don't know. Some people are very quiet about it. So you really don't know. And they don't really know. That's why they say silence is golden on here. And I think that's part of the problem with a lot of us, including me. You just say too much. It's TMI, too much information. And although most vloggers find it extraordinarily hard to keep their personal life and family out of this, because they do have a life, they do have family, and they're part of your life. So sometimes it's hard not to make mention. Bill Meyer, too much drama on Philippines channel nowadays. Well, there's always been drama, sir. I don't know. I think this really goes back to the COVID time, and I think that was the culprit. I think that was the initiative. I think that was the catalyst where people did not know what to do with their time. There were so many restrictions, and they were pissed, along with me and everybody else. I got stuck in Hawaii. And I hate using that expression, stuck in Hawaii. If you had to be stuck anywhere, like I said many times, Hawaii wouldn't be a bad place to get stuck. So I kind of lucked out for over 12 months. I don't know how long it's been, 12, 13, 14 months. I'm not even sure. But I couldn't go back until the Philippines opened up, and I did everything I could and filled this out, filled that out, Q codes and everything else, and proof of vaccinations, all that shit, which I didn't approve of. But in order to get back in the Philippines, I had to do that. I had no choice about it. No, I don't believe in the vaccinations. I would not have gotten them. Lucky I've only had 2. And there's a lot of people that go back and forth and they keep on getting more. And I'm saying, what the fuck are you doing, man? There are young people dying now. They can't figure why. There are young athletes dying. They can't figure why. And, throw the steroids out, There's too many younger people dying at 40 years old and younger and teenagers and all kinds of shit developing diseases that were never in the family line. And these were healthy people. So, yeah, I think the jab is really, I think, is really the denominator a lot of these deaths. I mean, you're hearing very agile, healthy, virile people developing these illnesses like never before seen. So I'm thinking that the jab really had a lot to do with this. But let's go back to the COVID time, and people were frustrated. Everybody was. But this was a purposeful governmental action. They wanted to see how much control they had on the people. They wanted to see how people would react, that they had to abide to all these laws, and they couldn't freely move around the way they'd like to. Oh, you know the government was involved with this. You absolutely know this was a test. And it's our own government that probably put this shit out. And more to come. The powers to be, which, the government wants to make sure they are empowered over the average schmuck. They want you to stay poor because they got more power over you. But they also want to test you like a guinea pig. and they want to see how much you're willing to tolerate. What if we told you there's curfews? What if we told you you can't leave your house only to get this? You're going to be a certain age, you can't go out, or you were limited to your supplies, and you could maybe allocate one family member to go out to and the restrictions of wearing masks and all this shit, and businesses were closing down left and right. People took a big loss on this COVID. Businesses were shutting down all over the world because of this. It was government control. And if you can't see that, then you've been blindsided. I mean, I can see this very clearly because the rain is gone. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Sorry, I got to introduce humor into all this because, sometimes you have to. I mean, seriously. There's so much shit going on in the world right now. You got to have a little humor somewhere. But certainly not if it was your husband or friend or boyfriend that gets shot by the fucking Ice Gestapo. You wouldn't be in a good mood. It's all about control. Money's about control. Power's about control. And every one of us is being controlled in one way or another, no matter what country you're in. You can't do this and you can't do that. They're going to restrict you from smoking, restrict you from saying certain things. They're going to restrict you from certain activities, and everything's going to look suspicious to the people above. And no matter what you do, they have that right here in the Philippines too. Don't think you don't. They got goon squads out here too. You obviously know that from the past administration. Look at them the wrong way. They want to shoot you. They want to operate that gun. They want to see what it's like to kill somebody. And when the president at the time was telling people, we don't want our jail cells full, just get rid of them. Do you realize how many people are dead and how many of them are innocent? Same thing that's going on in America. It's not anything different. The president of America, his goon squads, his Gestapo squads, his SS people are shooting everybody just for looking at him strong or a different way, Not much different. But anyway, to kind of sum this up, I really don't think anybody can be happy with what they have. And you could tell what's going on right here on YouTube, the people with the monetized channels. You could see they're putting a little extra effort into it, and they're coming on doing more shows. I think they're afraid of the economy, the pending economy, the current economy, inflation that's going on here in the Philippines. Absolutely. Go look at the prices. Need I say more? Never mind just going to S&R. That's going to be expensive anyway, or anywhere else. Look at your local stores. If you smoke, cigarettes are going up. If you drink, they're going up. Everything's going up. Rice is going up. Everything's going up. The biggest excuse is, well, I have to import this. Well, I understand. There are fees when you import stuff, but you see what they do when I know they did in Hawaii. Because I've seen it like Safeway store and all these places. Well, we have to import these things from the mainland, so we have to pay money for them to ship all these containers over. Okay, I get it. That's proper business. But I will tell you that they didn't just do that. They put their own little surcharges on there too, up and above the import prices of the goods that they shipped into Hawaii. And the same thing that's going on here in the Philippines. I think more and more people that are dependent on their Social Security are going to be having a lot of problems if they don't have another gig going on. So that's why they do YouTube channels to get monetized, because without it, I would say chances are that more than half of the people doing YouTube shows that are monetized are very dependent on the YouTube income. Without it, they'd be lost. I'm convinced of that. That's why they're putting on more shows, to get more watch hours, to get more advertisers going. I see it all the time, every day. People used to do maybe one show a week are doing shows maybe every single day. They're concerned. All right, so is Barry a happy camper or what? He's not happy that he's still incarcerated, but he made Vitaly his hero for stepping up and doing all this documentaries about the Philippines immigration system. But on the same note, Barry is also upset with him because it's going to make it hard for Barry to ever use his cell phone again. Kind of, as he said, between a rock and a hard place. I don't know. I'm getting burned out even talking about this right now, if that gives you any idea where I'm at. So, guys, I'm going to skid out on here. And if you hear another show, you hear another show. If you don't, you'll know why. I think I'm at the limit of what I can really talk about on here or care to talk about. You know, like that old saying, it is what it is. Well, that's true. You're not going to change people on here. And people are jealous of a lot of people on here. Because, you know, a lot of people don't have their shit together. It's all a big pretense. The Great Gatsby, you know. It's all a big pretense. They're not necessarily living the lives that they try to project to you, the average viewer. They got a lot of drama, political, financial, and otherwise going on behind the scenes, socially, economically, morally, relationship problems. There's a lot going on. Pretty much, I would think most of them on here that are controversial, I think that kind of shit is actually happening with them as we speak. But they're not going to tell, unless they slip, like somebody did, they're not going to tell you what's really going on. Somebody slipped, and we had an idea exactly what was going on with him, why he doesn't want to go back to the Philippines. But, and we're not talking about, you know, Vitaly. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. I'm out of here. I'm going to figure what I'm going to put together for a lunch coming up here. That's my excitement for the day. After all, I am retired and in the Philippines. And as the billboard used to say coming in, it's more fun in the Philippines. Well, interpret that any way you want. Is it more fun? Or is it just a good place to live? I can't say it's more fun. Pardon me. But it's not really a bad place to live, you consider all. I mean, the people are very friendly. That's a plus. They speak English. Okay, I'll give them that. Okay, but I will say it's really not the place to get in trouble out here. It's really not, as some people have found out. Yeah, you said too much drama, Bill Myers. I understand. That's what's turning a lot of people off. And you'll probably get less people on other drama channels because of that. However, if some drama channels disappear, they're going to find the nearest drama channel to go on, and they'll do very well for a while until they get tired of the drama altogether. And I've spoken to and had comments from a lot of people, like yourself, that says, yeah, you know, it's just too much drama. And then they just go elsewhere or a different format, or they just get off your social media altogether. It's kind of building up to that. You know, you can feel it in your bones. Just listen to what you hear on shows. They've run out of material. They've run out of insults. They have to go back in their files and look up old videos like Poopeye. That's how bad it's gotten.
What really happens to your prostate when you masturbate every single day? Hello, gentlemen. I'm Dr. Mika Hayashi, a urologist with over a decade of experience specializing in prostate health and male sexual wellness. Today, I'm answering one of the most common questions I get asked in my practice, but almost never hear discussed openly. If you masturbate daily, what's actually happening to your prostate? Is it helping? Is it harming? What changes occur inside that walnut-sized gland? The answer is going to surprise you. Because what happens depends entirely on your age, your technique, and your overall approach. And the research shows some fascinating changes that every man needs to understand. Before we dive in, hit that like button, comment below where you're watching from, and subscribe so you never miss critical health information for men over 50. Now,
The worst drink for your liver is not soda, it's not beer, and it's not even wine. There's something far more dangerous, and most people don't even see it coming. It triggers inflammation, it blocks the liver's ability to regenerate, and just 2 shots per day can overwhelm the liver. The fastest way to destroy your liver is hard liquor. When you drink hard liquor, your liver gets hit all at once. Your liver then converts this alcohol into something more toxic than alcohol. This is called acetaldehyde. Acetaldehyde kills the liver cells. Out of all the options for alcohol, hard liquor is the
How do I have a like when I don't even have one viewer? Here we go. That was really weird. There was no viewers, but I had 1 like, and that, as soon as I got on, I said, how is that possible? No one was even viewing, I got a like on that. Anticipation, I guess. Anticipation. Okay, I have a little time on my hands. I want to talk about the reality. And, it's an age-old subject on here about what does it take to live in the Philippines. I'm just going to give you some extracurricular stuff that people don't really talk about. And some of the things that, I'm not going to go into all my details, but I'll give you a couple of ideas that a lot of people don't calculate into their living expenditure out here. Yeah. And other things related to that, okay? So follow me on this. Not too closely, though. Okay, you hear all the babbling going on. How much could you live on in the Philippines? All this crap. It's been 10 years they've been talking about this. They hear the same old rhetoric all the time. But the things they don't talk about is, okay, do you have medicines per month that you take? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6? I don't know. Does your girlfriend, spouse, whatever, have any medicines? Okay. You have animals. Do they need medications? Okay, that's just a start. All right, I'll give you a small example with me. I think I spend between the dogs, okay, there's 2 different eye medications I give my dog, and I have 2 medications. I think I probably spend around, I don't know, let's just say a couple of thousand pesos. Just figure that's about, let's just round it off. Let's just say it's, I don't know, $50 per month. Let's say that. Okay, smoking. If you're buying a physical pack, okay, then the dogs will be about, one medicine's going to be 900. The other's going to be, let's say 800. Yeah. That's about 1,700 pesos on that, just for the dog's eye. So add that to my medicines. Okay, let's move on. Okay, toiletries. You buy toilet paper every month. That adds up. You take trike rides all the time. Sometimes we go double. We go together. And going and coming is going to cost you double the money on a trike. How many times you use a trike a day? Once, twice, sometimes 3 times, according to what you got going. Add that up. Over-the-counter stuff. You need some hydrocortisone cream. You got an itch. You need it maybe for your dog's inflammation. And you get a tiny little ½ ounce, whatever the hell it is. Could cost you over maybe close to 400 pesos. I'm not doing the math. I'm just giving you the numbers. I'm not doing the math. Okay, so smoking. Let's figure if you buy a physical pack. It doesn't mean you smoke the whole cigarette, which I don't, but let's just say it's a physical pack. These days, it's about an average 180. Okay, so that's like over $3. Let's just say, I don't know. Let's just say $3 a pack. Let's just say that times an average 30-day month. That's $90. So add that to the other figures. I'm sure you got your pen out right now, and I'm sure you're probably adding it up. I'm not. Okay, other things that may come up. Every now and then you might decide to go for a blood test now and then. Make sure everything's copacetic. You might go for, I don't know, you go into drugs. Okay, the dog's food. Dog's food can be, what do they want per kilo for that shit? Pedigree, which I don't like. I'm going to change it off. It's like 180 per kilo. So if you get 10 kilos, okay, do the math on that. Okay, they don't only eat the dog food. We buy these little beef and gravy packets for them. They have them every day. One packet between the both of them in their food. They're about maybe 40 pesos a packet. Add that up 30 times a month. Okay? These are all little things that most people don't calculate in. You got a woman, does she need feminine pads? You're going to have to buy that. She might need makeup now and then. There are over-the-counter remedies, like you have stomach ache, you might buy some products for your stomach. You might buy a cold remedy if you have a cold. You might want to buy antihistamines if you got allergies. And I'm not on antihistamines all the time. Actually, I've really been taking them when I should. That'll run your money. I can't give you a figure on that because I forgot what it was the last time I bought. They're not that cheap. The money is added up, and that's not even including food. Okay, rice, it's a constant expenditure. In my house, there's 4 people living here. 5 at the moment because her daughter's been staying here working on a computer. She comes over, stays a while. Okay, so there's extra food. Okay. Staples, what's the staples? Okay, water. We have like 8 jugs of water, and they go for about 20 cents per container. We have about 8 of them. And how many days do we go through them? A week, it's gone, perhaps. So let's say 2 times a month, you got to do that. Get your pencil out, sharpen it up. I'm not adding it up. Pencil that in. Okay. Okay, what else? Hair products. Shampoo. Throw that in there. Soap. Body soap. Throw that in there. Toothpaste. Throw that in there. Mouthwash. Throw that in there. Okay? Cleaning products for the floor. Or we use vinegar all the time. Buy a gallon of vinegar. We use it for the floor, use it for different shit. Cleaning off foods. What does a gallon cost to that? Just guesstimate that, right? And laundry detergent. We got to buy laundry detergent. You see, these are the key figures that people are leaving out when they're talking about how much could you live in the Philippines for? They're never accurate because it's varied. Do you like to drink beer? Okay, there's another. You like to drink, period. Add that to your budget. Add inflation that's going on. Okay, what if, we got a good figure as an American dollar, and the exchange rate, right now it's like 58, 59, whatever it's been hovering. What if it goes down to 35, that your dollar is only going to worth 35 pesos? You're going to lose half, whatever your Social Security is, or whatever your money is. Take that into effect, on top of inflation, and everything you're buying is costing more and more. Okay, so what does it really take to live in the Philippines? You can't come up with a figure. There is no exact figure. Oh, well, okay, the most thing I left out. If you're not fortunate like us to have owned a house, we don't pay rent. Add, anywhere from, according to your living style, anywhere from 10,000 to 35,000 pesos per month. Add that in, okay? Add that in. Then, of course, we're not done yet. We've got electricity. How much you paying for that? 5,000, 8,000, pencil that in. Then you got internet. That could vary. 1,500 a month, 1,800, or 2,800 if you want to be on satellite. Add that in. Tell you what, that comes out to a lot of money per month. Oh, and if you have to go for some medical issue, holy crap, I have a neighbor who makes less than I do, but his wife is very ambitious. She sells things online, purses, different things, things like that, and she, every now and then she makes a commission. She tries to help somebody sell a house. You know how it works. You get a little commission and all that, but that's not all the time. Now, if he, which is considerably older than her, his wife, if he has a bad medical emergency, he himself does not have any medical coverage either. So All these things got to be taken into consideration. So we're talking utilities. We're talking repairs. If you own a house and you got repairs, okay, furnishings, you're going to replace any okay, clothing. I did not add in clothing. I did not add in hello, Mark. This Philippine interest is back. Hell yeah. For now. And add in clothing, underwear, t-shirts. You know, I just gave you a whole list of things that I don't hear people talking about. They come up with this less than factual numbers of what it takes to live in the Philippines. I'm hearing it all the time. I'm sick of Paul and all these people, all the redundancy. That's all they talk about over and over again. When they run out of material, it's the same shit again, but they're not accurate. Okay, if you're a single man, you have less expenses. Unless you like to go out and booze it up. They say if you booze it up and smoke up, add those in, which I did already as far as cigarettes, but not booze. I didn't even add booze to it. If you drink, that's another one. Okay, I didn't add that in my big laundry list here. So quite a bit. Quite a bit. They're not giving you all the facts. Okay, possible things that could happen. Your cell phone needs repair or something. Add that in. Do you have a vehicle? Oh, are you making payments on a vehicle? You decided that you wanted to own a vehicle or a motorcycle. How much gas are you putting out every month? The list gets bigger and bigger, and these are figures that nobody ever talks about. Saying the other vloggers are redundant is an understatement, yeah. Oh, God, yeah, it gets to the point. I can't listen to Ray in the Philippines. I started listening to him. He's out there in left field, and I don't know, you got, I don't know, sense my frustration in my voice. There's nothing out there that's worth listening to anymore. There really isn't. There really isn't. I'd rather listen to my own fucking voice than to listen to them. And I'm not even done with the list. You need light bulbs that need changing. You don't think about that. Add it in. Okay. Cleaning products for your window or something. Maybe you want to buy some Windex or something. Okay. Maybe you need a new mop. You need new sponges for your sink to wash your dishes. You need dishwashing detergent. I didn't add that in. You just came in, but I gave a whole list of things that most people do not include when they're trying to figure out their expenses per month. Okay, Den Bald and Bankrupt comes to the Phils, does a vlog, and gets 1 million views in a few hours. Yeah, that's the way it is. Bald and Bankrupt. Yeah, that's right, I heard of that show. I never went there, though. That's why they have to do a show. That's why they have to get monetized. That's why these people are doing more shows than ever to keep up with the Joneses, to keep up with the inflation. It's not getting any better, it's getting worse. So if your only income is a one pension, that could take toll on you after a while. You got legal matters? Let's put that in there. That could add up. That could add up. So I've only gave you, I think I gave you a pretty, if not complete, I just, since I've been on here tonight, I think I gave you a pretty good list. Oh, are you a person that likes to eat out? Take the family out. Add that in. You don't always feel like, And as I said, I did say the food, according to what you eat. You like eating steaks all the time, you're going to be paying out of your ass for that. If you're not a simple eater, it's just rice and fish or something, vegetables or something, and you drink soda, that's another expense. You buy milk, that's another expense. You buy butter or whatever you use, margarine, whatever, that's another expense. You need oil to cook, that's another expense. Holy shit, I gave you a list just now of 30 different things? I'm not even sure. Once again, Frank, keeping it real. That's as real as you can get. People are simply not factoring in all these expenses. It is not cheap to live, cheaper than in America, yes, but it is not cheap to live in the Philippines. It's just not. Now if you're pretty well off, you're not worried about that shit. But even they have their worries. If their girlfriend decides to take you for your money because she's pissed off at you for something and holds a sword over your head over something, yeah, you're going to lose your money too. You know? The good thing about us is we don't have to pay a rent. If we ever went that destitute, we're always going to have a roof over our head. If we were that destitute, we may not have electricity, we may not have food, we may not have a lot, but we're going to have a shelter over our head. That's the difference. You know, we're not going to be on the street, okay? So, yeah, that's reality, man. That's reality. You got to think, in America, the average Joe doesn't even have $1,000 in his bank account. That's right. Maybe less than that, maybe nothing. Out here, we got expats that come here, and they're pretty much living on a song and a prayer. And prayers don't help. I mean, that's reality. And people might be helping their relatives out, on top of everything I just told you. Some people like to travel around the Philippines everywhere. Add that in. I didn't add that in. You like to go different places in the Philippines? Believe it or not, it's more costly to travel around the Philippines than to go to international flights. Because the transportation system here is so fucked up that in order to get from point A to B, you're going to have to go in one type of transportation to another, then another, and possibly another. And the cost for transportation, the cost for accommodations, overpriced restaurant food, add that in. I'm sorry if I'm bumming you out. Bumming you out, but this is reality. Fuck all the shit that people say on here. Well, you have to have at least X amount of dollars to live in the Philippines. Oh, shut up. You're just being redundant and you have nothing to talk about. Nobody wants to hear it. Nobody's been right so far. The only way you're going to be right is if you say some really high figure that you're going to have to make at least $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 a month to survive out here. But that's not true. But it's according to your lifestyle. But the way things work with humans, the more they make, the more they spend. So you always wind up in the same situation as somebody who makes less money and can't spend a lot because they don't make a lot of money. They can't be traveling all around, going out for dinner 4 times a week, the family. You got to factor all that in. Nobody factors that in. Nobody. Mark says the whole living like a king on X amount of dollars in the Phils is nonsense too. No, you'd have to make some decent money to live like a king out here. Those days are over. Maybe 10 years ago or something you could say that, you know, and some people, God, I used to hear this shit about $500 a month. Oh God, yeah, go live in a fucking hut. Yeah, right, okay. Yeah, sure you could. But you want to live the life of a poor Filipino? Do you really? When you come from Western culture? When you retire and move out here, you're supposed to be able to survive. You're supposed to be living a little bit better than how you lived in America. But they're not doing that. Of course, some proclaim they got all this money. A lot of it is bullshit talk. A lot of it's bullshit talk. You know, my gosh. And I'm seeing what I left out. We got internet, we got that in there, right? Electricity, I got that in there. Do you have a water bill? You might want to add that. Water being, does water pumped to your house? Or do you live off a well? Okay, your well pump breaks down. You got to go buy a well pump. That could cost you the cheapest, maybe 6,000 pesos, the cheapest. I'm talking about extra things that could happen now. Unexpected things. You have a medical emergency. I'd expect my fucking ureter to have a big ass fucking Mount Kilimanjaro fucking stone in there. I didn't expect that. What did it cost me for all that shit? With 3 different visits for different purposes for that. Probably cost me about, it was over 400,000 pesos. Almost 500,000 pesos just for that. What if I had a heart condition? These extracurricular, well, let's call it unexpected things that could happen and other expenses you're going to have above all other expenses that I just mentioned. Yeah, living like a king, that's nonsense. A lot of foreigners are not living like a king. They're barely getting by. I'll give you an example. Jimbo, who bullshits, he's got money, this in the bank, all that. Of course he doesn't. He just said on the show the other day that he can't afford to pay his lawyer for the situation he's got going on. He said if he could accept payments, I'll work with him. Otherwise, fuck him. Yeah, fuck him. You need a lawyer now because Jimbo's going to wind up in jail too or deported. That's what's going to happen. People slip up all the time. Call it Freudian slips, whatever. People slip up. I know a number of people on here that slip up all the time, and we know a lot about them now because they did slip up. But, Jimbo's situation, Asian Adventures with Jim, of course, who's now Lovebirds with Dexel. Yeah, and he's talking about leaving there. I don't know. You're all fucking crazy, okay? Why don't I just say, you're all fucking crazy. I'm crazy along with all y'all. But, if he say, I have to make payments to the lawyer, and fuck him if he won't take payments, it tells me that Jim is living on a very limited amount of money every month. Then what does he pay every fucking month for his fucking injections for fucking testosterone and steroids? Add that in. And he drinks. Add that in. Look at Scotty. Scotty eats one meal per day. He looks like a scarecrow on a cross in a fucking cornfield. Scotty, what did somebody tell him? His last show? These 3 women all thought I was gay. 3 women thought I was gay. It's because he looks gay. Maybe that's why. Oh, man, you gotta love it, right? I thought Jimbo preferred Cambodia over Phil's change of heart. Well, he got lonely there. He was lonely as a motherfucker there, man. He had that Chunga, whatever. Chantra, whatever her fucking name was, as company. She wasn't interested in sex. He never had sex. And I got news for you. I don't think he could have sex. Because according to my research today, that the amount of testosterone actually supposed to help, but it don't. But the steroids that he's taking, man, could interfere with his, let's call it his reproductive system, okay? He might not be able to get a fucking hard on. So add the blue pill to that. Maybe that don't work. So that's another expense. He ain't making shit. His parents, or his mom, sends him a little stipend every month. Or there is the possibility that, yes, he goes back to Michigan to work to make enough money to allow him to go back to the Philippines for a while until the money is run out from his drinking and his steroid usage. And I'll tell you about the steroids, man. I did a little ditty on it today. He's in big ass trouble. He's been on steroids for 25 years. The guy's in big trouble. I love learning this stuff. And then they laugh at your height. I have nothing, I have no complaint about what my height is. But the news I brought out was that it's not like short people have no reason to live. I'll tell you what, us so-called shorter people, I prefer to say, will live a longer time under perfect situations than a man that's very tall. So let's start off with 6 feet. The more you go over 6 foot tall, it becomes more extreme that it's cutting down on your longevity. It's just a fact. Because your body, your heart, is pushing more weight because of your extra height. And if you have weight on top of that, and you got a big ass belly that needs a zip code, and you're not eating healthy on top of that, you're the gone girl. Why? If you're not my age already, and you're as tall as 6'8" even, you ain't going to see my age. I doubt it. And you know who you are out there. Look at Big Kevin. He moved back to his aunt's basement again. And looks like he gained weight from the last show I seen him. I thought that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen. The very medicine that he was on to get rid of that weight could have killed him. But don't listen to me. I don't know anything. I've been right so far about a lot of things. Just like smaller dogs live a longer life than a large breed dog. So if you're like over 6'5", 6'6", hello, I never hardly see you. The sumo wrestler there, which you got the way you got your hair on there, sumo wrestler. You look Japanese. But actually, the taller you are, the less you live. And if you're way up there in height, we know a couple of people. Look, Mick Fisher, Big E. I don't mind naming names on that. They are tall. They're not going to have a lot of longevity in their life. And if either one of them are overweight, you got to put that into the equation too. Do they also drink a lot? Add that to the equation. Do they eat shit food? Add that to the equation. Okay? And that's how you'll come up with the knowledge and certainty that, and not to mention that, the taller you are, you're constantly having trouble with your skeletal structure and muscles. It goes along with the territory. And guess what? You know the thing about walking 20,000 steps a day? Well, you're better off doing a stationary bike or doing something different because you want to build up your glutes and your calves, the thing that's going to keep you walking. The problem with doing 20,000 steps a day is you're putting a lot of pressure on your joints. Let's say that you're walking on concrete, cement, and you're putting, and runners have a bigger problem, by the way, a bigger problem. And there's a lot of pressure that's going on your joints. You wind up getting knee problems. You might getting other skeletal problems, muscle problems. So when someone says, hey, the guy's only not even 5'7", hey, you know what, man? The more I learn, the more I'm happier with my height. I have no problem with my height. I mean, like I could change it anyway, right? I thought Jimbo preferred Cambodia. Well, yeah. Well, it didn't work out from Cambodia. Boy, did he build Cambodia up, didn't he? I'm sure it's a good place according to where you want to live there. He just happened to be moving to some shit town. He was living in some shit town in bumfuck Egypt out there. That's why. I'm sure Cambodia would be a good place. You just got to find the right. Siem Reap, whatever, probably a good place. There's other places too. Yes, every step in running is braking action. Not good on your joints in the long term unless it's light jogs. Yeah. And you know, don't get me wrong, the treadmill is good. I don't use it every day. I'd rather go on the exercise bike, but I'd rather do some resistance exercises. You know, the weights of resistance. I got the dumbbells. That's all you need. Go look it up. It takes the place of other weights. I was watching this guy. What's this guy? And he wound up dying. The biggest deadlift. This guy was lifting like a fucking 1,000 pounds. What was he lifting? 800 pounds or some deadlift or something? Jesus Christ, this guy was built like a Mack truck. But the guy developed heart conditions from it. One guy tried to do a deadlift and he just broke his back or his leg or something. I mean, they're pushing it too hard. And the steroid usage on top of that is horrible. It's horrible. It's like a baby. I wake up without any fatigue or stress in the morning. Hello, Radiant. That's good. Radiant says, I work as an employee for the department stores, and I get home every day by 8 p.m. at the latest. Well, you know, I go to bed relatively early. Well, I may say 9 o'clock, but it's never 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, I kind of, if nobody else is watching TV, I shut it off. And I'll spend my time with my girl. And we're on our phones, we're looking up something, we kill time. So we'll go to bed, and it could be up to 45 minutes or more, it might be an hour. So if I say 9 o'clock, I shut things down. You know, I don't immediately put my head on the pillow and go to sleep. I'm usually reading some stories or something in the news on my cell phone, which they say don't do that before bed. They said you don't want to read or look at anything that's stressful, or the blue light from your phone, or they say don't go on social media, use any kind of electronics for like an hour before you go to bed. But, unfortunately, we don't abide to that, but yeah. So when I say go to bed at 9, but I wake up different times at night. I can't make a guarantee I'm even going to get my 6 hours of sleep a night. I don't get much. I may wake up at 2 o'clock for some reason, but I look at the clock and go, fuck, 2 o'clock, fuck this shit. So I put my head back down and I'll fall asleep usually. When I was taking some antihistamines lately because I was getting a little mucus in the chest, so I took Montelukast, which opens up your airways and has a combination of an antihistamine in there. Yeah, I was waking up a lot later, but I'm not going to take that every night, only as needed at night. Otherwise, if you want to take an antihistamine during the day, get a non-drowsy type, if your allergies. But it's not good to take an antihistamine at night because everything kind of represses whatever your system, your respiratory system, and you can stop breathing. It's according to what medicines you're taking. You can stop breathing in the middle of the night. Why do you think people like Ricky, and there was Dave Phelps, there's numerous people that they're on CPAP machines, which is, you wear a mask. It's like a pump that forces air into your lungs. The reason they take that is most of them are overweight that take that. Most of them are overweight. And a lot of overweight people, they have a problem with their breathing. Of course, at night especially. So they have to use a CPAP machine. That's why they take that stuff. That's why they have to go on a CPAP. Ricky does every night. There might have been somebody else out there I know. Remember old Dave Phelps, big troublemaker. He has to use a CPAP at night, CPAP. And I didn't even add that into the equation of all the expenses I'm talking about. I don't need a CPAP just to go to sleep. I don't even know how these people use them. My brother had one, and I'll tell you what, it's so noisy, and it's really uncomfortable to have forced air going in your mouth like that. It's something you've got to get used to, and it takes her a long time to get used to that. Imagine you got a girlfriend, like if Licky ever had a real girlfriend, you have to wear a CPAP at night, a mask, with that noisy thing going on all night. The girl ain't gonna be able to sleep. And he's gonna look like a freak. That mask on and his motor going. But hey, look, in all fairness, if you need it, you need it, okay? I'm just being fair about that. But that might turn a chick off, if you can actually get a chick. Okay, I don't got that many people watching at this hour. Somebody must be on live or something, or they're just bored of me, and that's okay too, I understand. I'm going to get off here and start winding down my night. But I wanted to give you a very brilliant dissertation about the honesty of expenses of living in the Philippines. What is that, Mark? Flying Circus and Nico use CPAP. Yeah, I wasn't sure that Nico. See, it proves my point. When you're overweight, you have a problem with that. Flying Circus is like 80 years old or something. I understand he's really overweight. See, am I lying? Am I crying? Which is it? I know my shit. Lose fucking weight, you fat pieces of shit. I told you, man, I do not feel sorry for people who are grossly overweight. I just don't. There's no excuse for it. Stop eating all the fast food. Eat the right foods. Do at least a little bit of exercise. You're not going to see me working out for hours every day or anything like that. Not even close to that. But I do get some things done every day. I'm not a big athlete at all. When I say I work out, we're talking about a half hour's worth of time or something. Doing little weights, doing, dumbbells, maybe get on a machine or something, whatever. Or different exercise. You're sitting down, getting up. You're doing things for your thighs. You're doing things for this and that. I do that. But I don't spend hours like going to the gym. My little gym doesn't have much equipment, but I have all the tools in that little room that all I really need. I got it right there. And it looks like I lost weight too. Can't believe I'm down to 165. I'm usually around, comfortable around 170. And it just varies, but that scale is a piece of shit too. I had to weigh my dogs today, so I had to go take my weight, mark it down, and then carry the dog in my arms, and then take the weight, and, do the math, subtract. They are over their weight, that's for sure. My dogs hate being picked up. Especially crybaby Ginger, But, yeah, I wasn't aware. I don't know, maybe I missed that Nico actually has to. I told you, man. When you're overweight, that's what you have to do. I wouldn't be surprised that Big E has to use a CPAP. He's a large guy. Unless he's really been exercising that much. I can't say anything about his weight because he doesn't put himself on camera very often because, he's such an attractive guy, But that guy's like 6'8" at least. Mick works out. I'd have more faith in Mick for staying healthier, other than drinking and all that shit, than I would on the other guy. Because Mick works out, I think, regularly. So I got to give Mick fish sandwich. I got to give him credit for something. But I wouldn't want to use a seat pack at night. No, I didn't want to use an oxygen tank. And my brother, oh God, that's why I got to quit smoking, man. That's just it. Expense, everything else, everything adds up. I mean, I have emergency money and all that shit, but you want to try not to go into that, There were times I've had to do that when I had medical expenses, That's what it was there for. But that's what it's all about. So the next time you hear somebody on a show talking about how much does it live that you heard about 10,000 times through how many different vloggers, and it happens with a lot of newbies who don't know shit about the Philippines, and they're all experts on relationships and the culture and how much it costs to live out here. Shut the fuck up is what I say. Shut the fuck up. You don't know shit, and that's why you're landing on your face. There are so many untalked about expenses. I began half the show was that people are not talking about. I just gave you a tremendous. I gotta go to add more to that. Let me add more to that. On top of everything, you need something to shave, razor blades, or shaving cream. Or if you use shaving cream, some people use soap. I use soap. What else? Jesus Christ. I gave a tremendous list, and nobody's ever given a list. I have not heard anybody pumping out the list of expenses the typical expat would have living in this country. Okay? I'll keep this show on so you can listen to it later if you didn't hear the whole show. I'm not going to take it off. But if you are believing everything you hear on here, and it goes beyond what they're saying about how much does it cost to live in the Philippines. Sometimes you gotta fucking wake up. I mean, look at fucking Scotty. Oh, these 3 women thought I was gay. Him, meaning gay. Well, duh. You look fucking gay. You look like a fucking cartoon caricature. Chasing his tail, chasing his fucking tail. What is it all about, Alfie? What's it all about, Scotty? What's it all about, Jimbo? It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I don't say the letters, I say the words. What the fuck? I got nothing to lose on here. Tell it like it is, Fizz. Tell it where it's at, Pat. That's what you gotta do. Fuck all this bullshit talk on here. The lies, the accusations, the allegations, the egos people have on here. projecting. It's amazing. Anyway, let me calm down for the night because I gotta wind down. I don't want to have to think of all these horrible trolls before I go to bed. Oh no. That ain't gonna help me sleep. Anyway, I think you got my point. I'm the only one on here that tells it like it really is. Why not? What have I got to lose? To tell you the truth. There's more expense living out here. You could shake, I'll add more. You need a haircut. The kids need a haircut. Your girlfriend needs a haircut. I didn't add that in. I didn't add that in either. And I gave you I gave you a list from here to the moon. So you're all wrong. The more money you make, the better you'll be. But unfortunately, as humans are, the more money you make, the more money you spend because you extend your lifestyle. And you'll go out more and you'll eat more. And you'll travel around the Philippines or even out of the country. And, when you're making good money per month, you're making $5,000-$6,000 a month. That's good money for living out here. But how much of that are you spending? These guys are going what you call upside down, like in the mortgage with a house. You may owe more on the house than it's worth. That's called being upside down. And most of these people who claim to have money are more likely upside down. Some of them making car payments on top of everything, right? Right? Maybe somebody's paying spousal report over to their Western life in the States or whatever. Maybe I didn't add that in. Maybe they're paying child support to somebody from a previous marriage. I mean, Jay ain't gonna worry about that. He's got a couple of kids. He don't even give a fuck about them. All he wants to do is drink and smoke. But then these are losers. Not all expats are losers, but we know who they are. With that being said, you enjoy your night or day. I'm gonna wind my evening down, if you don't mind. Think about what I said. No, I don't have any topic matter. The hell I don't. Remember, I'm here because you're there. Yours truly, my Philippines interest. Not their Philippines interest, not the copycat channel. The original and only my Philippines interest.